Therefore, even if the power of this purple-gold light was already extremely vast and powerful, after breaking through the barrier, it could not completely cover the neighboring star fields. It could only spread bit by bit. Therefore, even if the power of this purple-gold light was already extremely vast and powerful, after breaking through the barrier, it could not completely cover the neighboring star fields. It could only spread bit by bit. However, although the purple-gold light could not completely cover the neighboring star fields, with this breakthrough, Kui Heng's divine sense had completely broken through the restrictions of a star field. At this moment, he could easily raise his perspective and break through the shackles of the star field to look down on the entire star sea. From such a perspective, he could clearly see that the star sea he was in was a huge river system with 6 cantilevers. In the middle was a huge silver disk that was enveloped by a strange force, making it impossible to see the true situation inside. He could only see a large mass of blurry fog. Of course, Kui Heng only needed to focus slightly to see the essence of this layer of blurry fog. This was the primordial qi that naturally appeared when the world was created. It could give birth to endless great Tao laws and also contained endless power of creation. It was extremely mysterious. Actually, when he had just broken through to the early stage soul formation realm, this power had already appeared in his Niwen palace. However, that was because he was originally unable to mobilize this power, and it was difficult for him to investigate the essence of this power. Now that he had broken through to the mid-stage soul formation realm, even the acupoints on his body were filled with this power. The purple-gold primordial power in his Niwen palace was almost corporeal. He had already mobilized this power to a certain extent. Therefore, after concentrating, the layer of mist that enveloped the surface of the silver disk naturally could not block Kui Heng's vision. The situation inside was directly exposed to his gaze. Inside the silver disk was actually a vast and boundless world. It was a round world and the land mass was incomparably huge. Moreover, its essence was very high. 99% of the energy of this star sea should be gathered in this vast world in the central silver disk. It was even to the extent that the 6 cantilevers and all the great Tao laws contained in the star fields might be formed from the energy that have dissipated from this central silver disk world. This strange world is the great opportunity that Wang Daoyi mentioned. Kui Heng thought of what Wang Daoyi had said earlier. Thinking of this, he looked around. At this moment, Wang Daoyi was completely stunned. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Kui Heng in disbelief. He was like a puppet statue as he stood there without moving, shocked to the extreme. The aura and pressure released by Kui Heng completely exceeded Wang Daoyi's understanding. In his impression, even an existence at the peak of the Xianxi realm did not have such powerful might. Who is he? What happened just now? Could it be that his cultivation realm has already surpassed the Xianxi realm? Wang Daoyi thought in horror. As soon as this thought appeared, he was shocked by himself. What was above the Xianxi realm? Even in the Holy Land, this was a legendary realm. It was like a legend. Even the big shots standing at the top of the Xianxi realm knew very little about this. If not for the fact that there was a huge opportunity in the central silver disk, such a remote star sea would probably not have been noticed by the Holy Land. Why did an existence above the Xianxi realm appear? It was simply unbelievable. You seem to be shocked. Kui Heng smiled and stared at Wang Daoyi. Do you have anything to say? Wang Daoyi opened his mouth but hesitated. The expression on his face kept changing. In the end, he lowered his head and said respectfully, Great Yang Holy Land's Tianqi Mansions Wang Daoyi greets exalted immortal. He explained his background and bowed to Kui Heng with this identity, indicating that he had completely given up resisting. No matter what Kui Heng asked him, he would answer. Very good. Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. It's not too late for you to come to a realization. Then, he casually waved his hand and swept Wang Daoyi into his sleeve, bringing him back to the heaven realm. Just now, Wang Daoyi was still an enemy that he needed to be on guard against. But to the current him, Wang Daoyi was already like an ant. This was the difference between the mid-stage soul formation realm and the early-stage soul formation realm. The phenomenon of Kui Heng's breakthrough also spread to the heaven realm. When he returned with Wang Daoyi, the entire heaven realm was enveloped in purple gold light. This was also the first time everyone in the heaven realm truly felt the power Kui Heng possessed. Facing the purple gold light that filled the sky and the endless power contained in it, Li Mingqiong, Pei Qingshu, Hui Shuo, Zheng Nanxuan, and the others did not show much surprise. After all, in their understanding, Kui Heng was an omnipotent great existence. However, to the outer world heavenly venerates, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, Lu Qingzhu, and the others, this was very terrifying. They had never thought that there would be such a powerful existence in the world. Furthermore, they did not expect to be enemies with such an existence. What should they do? What should they do in this situation? When the purple gold light covered the entire heaven realm, they were thinking about this problem. However, until Kui Heng returned with Wang Daoyi, they could not think of anything. They could only stand there quietly, not daring to say anything or move. They did not dare to escape. Facing such a powerful being, no one in their right mind would think that they had the ability to escape. However, to their surprise, Kui Heng only returned without any intention of dealing with them. He even ignored them. They were completely ignored. Qingshu, Mingqiong, Hui Shuo, maintain the order here for the time being. After Kui Heng instructed them, he pointed at Wang Daoyi beside him. I have something to discuss with him. Don't let anyone disturb us. Yes, Master. Yes, Master. Yes, Sir. The three of them nodded in agreement. Although the three of them were far weaker than the outer world heavenly venerates and the Lord of the Heavenly Court, they represented Kui Heng. They were maintaining order here on Kui Heng's behalf, and they could also make these people not dare to act rashly. That was the reality. After Kui Heng instructed Pei Qingshu, Li Mingqiong, and Hui Shuo, he left with Wang Daoyi and walked into the palace. The outer world heavenly venerates, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, and the others had no intention of escaping. They even kept a lower profile than when Kui Heng was around. They all lowered their heads and did not say a word. Hui Shuo glanced at them and said in a low voice, "Everyone, please cooperate." Regardless of whether these people were respected in the outer world, had once wielded the highest authority in the heaven realm, or were in the shattering realm, they all nodded like they were pounding garlic, not daring to show any displeasure. Such a situation shocked Lian Heng, Qin Tang, Wang Qi, and the other immortal orthodoxes. Immortal Kui Heng's power is really terrifying. Wang Daoyi lowered his eyes and followed behind Kui Heng extremely respectfully. He was no longer as unrestrained and ostentatious as before. Kui Heng casually sat on a chair and pointed at the other chair beside him. He smiled and said, "Sit. There's no need." Wang Daoyi shook his head and said, "Exalted Immortal, just ask me if you have anything to ask." "I won't sit." "Sit," Kui Heng said indifferently. Cold sweat broke out on Wang Daoyi's forehead. He hurriedly sat on the chair and forced a smile. "Thank you, Exalted Immortal. That's more like it." Kui Heng nodded slightly, and his tone became gentle as he asked, "Tell me where you came from, why you came, and what you want. What's your relationship with the former god of creation, and what's the so-called Holy Land? Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com." When Wang Daoyi heard Kui Heng's calm tone, he heaved a sigh of relief. Kui Heng's tone just now gave him a huge psychological pressure. A dignified black hole realm expert like him could be considered an elder-level expert in the Great Yang Holy Land. Facing this pressure, he almost collapsed to the ground. If too much time passed, he even felt that his soul was about to collapse. Fortunately, this pressure had already disappeared. Otherwise, he really did not know how long he could last. However, even though Wang Daoyi had relaxed a little, he did not dare to be careless in the face of Kui Heng's question. He hurriedly replied, "Exalted Immortal, I'm a disciple of the Great Yang Holy Land's Tianqi Mansion, one of the 14 Black Hole Realm Elders. I came to this star sea to investigate Elder Taihong, who had escaped from the Great Yang Holy Land. Back then, he stole the treasure of the Tianqi Mansion, the 6 Heaven Gates diagram, and escaped to this star sea. This Taihong is the god of creation that this star domain mentioned. He has grasped the mysteries of the central silver disk in this star sea. Through borrowing the power of the central silver disk, he has completely activated the power of the 6 Heaven Gates diagram. Hence, There are now 6 star fields and 6 heaven gates. The heaven gate absorbs the great Tao laws of a star field and condenses its power characteristics. This power characteristic can then be refined, so there's a method to advance to the 12th heaven gate realm Euro. According to Wang Daoi's description, the reason why Tai Hong established 6 heaven gates was to absorb the great Tao laws condensed in this star sea and condense them into the characteristics of power. In the end, they would gather on him and help him break through to the Shen Si realm. Of course, this did not mean that breaking through to the Shen Si realm required absorbing all the great Tao laws in the star sea. It was just that one needed to use the power characteristics of the great Tao laws in the star sea to transform the black hole in their body into a Shen Si. During this process, someone needed to nourish the characteristics of the formed power. In order to save this bit of effort, Tai Hong designed the 12 heaven gate realms and used the cultivators in this star sea to nourish the characteristics of this power. The so-called black hole and Shen Si were the names of cultivation realms. In the Great Yang Sacred Land, there were 24 realms of the immortal and mortal worlds and 3 realms of the true world. Among them, the 24 realms of the immortal and mortal realms were quite different from the 21 realms of the immortal and mortal realms that Tai Hong had passed down in this star sea. The first 19 realms were the same, but the latter realms were very different. In other words, after the 7th realm of the immortal world, the Tao body realm, it was no longer the same. From the 8th realm of the immortal world, the subsequent realms were termed Blessed Land, Grotto Heaven, Techniques Refinement, Freedom, and Mystic Enlightenment. Together, there were 24 realms. It was 3 major realms more than the system passed down by Tai Hong. Actually, these 3 major realms were combined by Tai Hong and split into the 12 heaven gate realms and divided into 3 heavenly ladder stages. Each heavenly ladder realm could basically correspond to the original 3 major realms. Mystic Enlightenment was the peak of the 24 realms of the immortal and mortal worlds. Above that were the 3 true world realms of shattering mysticism and pointing to the true Tao. They were shattering, black hole, Shen Si. Legend had it that there was a higher realm above the Shen Si, the level of the ancient kings. That was a realm of unbelievably terrifying power, unfathomable mysticism, and the unknown. It was said that the Star Sea Torrent Fist that Wang Daoi had used earlier was obtained by the ancestral master of Tianqi Prefecture from the ruins left behind by the ancient kings. If he could cultivate it to the peak of the Shen Si realm, he might be able to experience some of that unbelievable power. Therefore, this martial technique was also called a king's technique, a king's ultimate technique. However, according to Wang Daoi, since ancient times, no one had been able to cultivate this ultimate technique to that realm. The realm of the so-called ancient kings was only a legend. Even the top existences in the Great Yang Holy Land knew very little about this. Wang Daoi also yearned for that legendary level. At this point, he could not help but ask Kui Heng, exalted immortal, "Have you already reached the realm of the ancient kings? I've never seen the so-called ancient kings." Kui Heng shook his head gently and smiled. "If I haven't seen them, how can I be sure of their realm?" Through the information he had just obtained and his understanding of Wang Daoi's strength, he could roughly estimate what level the 3 true world realms corresponded to. The shattering realm was equivalent to having more soul formation characteristics, but it was still inferior to the true early stage soul formation realm. And the black hole realm could reach the early stage soul formation realm in terms of strength. However, from the strength displayed by Wang Daoi, the peak black hole realm was only slightly stronger than the initial early stage soul formation realm. It was still inferior to the peak early stage soul formation realm. Wang Daoi already treated Kui Heng, who had yet to break through to the mid-stage soul formation realm, as an expert in the Shen Si realm. From this, it could be deduced that the weakest cultivator in the Shen Si realm should be equivalent to the peak early stage soul formation realm. However, after Kui Heng broke through to the mid-stage soul formation realm, in Wang Daoi's opinion, he was already an unbelievably powerful existence. He had far exceeded any peak Shen Si realm expert he knew. He even guessed that he might be a so-called ancient king. From this, it could be seen that the so-called Shen Si realm was probably equivalent to the peak early stage soul formation realm, or slightly beyond the early stage soul formation realm, but it was far inferior to the mid-stage soul formation realm. It could not completely correspond to the immortal cultivation realms. Kui Heng was already used to this situation. The divine treasure realm from the mortal realm was like this. As for the level of the ancient kings, Kui Heng could not estimate it. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Wang Daoyi knew too little about this. He only knew that the ancient kings were powerful existences above the Shenxi realm. They had once dominated the universe in the ancient era and controlled many holy lands. Wang Daoyi knew too little about this. He only knew that the ancient kings were powerful existences above the Shenxi realm. They had once dominated the universe in the ancient era and controlled many holy lands. When Kui Heng heard Wang Daoyi's description, he even felt that this might not be a realm. Instead, it was a group. This group might contain many realms. Among the ancient kings, there might be people weaker than the mid-stage soul formation realm, or there might be people stronger than the mid-stage soul formation realm. The universe is vast and boundless, with countless mysteries. Naturally, there are countless experts. Kui Heng sighed in his heart. Although I've already broken through to the mid-stage soul formation realm, I'm still like a speck of dust in the entire universe. I can't be complacent because of this, let alone become rash because of this. In the future, I still have to think twice before doing anything. The realm of the ancient kings, or rather, this group, was filled with unknowns to him. The unknown usually meant danger. According to his estimation, the ancient kings might be stronger than mid-stage soul formation cultivators, or even late-stage soul formation cultivators. At such a realm, even if they did not have an indestructible characteristic like him, it was definitely extremely difficult for them to completely die. Even if they had already disappeared for countless years, they could return at any time. If he encountered an existence of this level, it would definitely be extremely dangerous. He had to try his best to avoid them. Moreover, Kui Heng had always known how vast the universe was. He could only look down at the star sea now and could not even destroy an entire star sea. He was still very weak. It was still necessary to be careful. Therefore, he carefully listened to the information about the Great Yang Holy Land from Wang Daoyi to determine if he should go to the Great Yang Holy Land or explore the mysterious central world of this star sea. After all, after stepping into the mid-stage soul formation realm, if he could only communicate with the great Tao laws of this star field, the increase in cultivation he could obtain would be very limited. He had to find a place to embark on a higher level of cultivation. Faced with Kui Heng's question, Wang Daoyi naturally did not dare to hold back at all. He immediately explained everything he knew clearly. The situation in the Great Yang Holy Land was a little beyond Kui Heng's expectations. Originally, according to Wang Daoyi's words, he guessed that this might be a special name for a world, the kind where the sky was round and the earth was square. He did not expect the so-called Holy Land to not refer to a certain world. It referred to a cluster of star seas. Broadly speaking, the Great Yang Holy Land was made up of 376 star seas. The diameter of these star seas was between 100,000 to 300,000 light-years. There were hundreds of billions of stars and countless other life forms. The entire Great Yang Holy Land covered an area of about 80 million light-years. Specifically speaking, the Great Yang Holy Land was located at the core area of the 80 million light-years void. There was a huge star sea with a diameter of more than 1 million light-years. In the middle of this gigantic star sea was an incomparably strange planet. It was extremely huge and its laws were very rigid. As the core of this huge star sea, billions of stars and countless planets gathered. In fact, the huge star sea itself was spinning with this planet as the core. This planet was called Great Yang Planet. There was an extremely prosperous civilization on it. The martial Tao path was extremely prosperous. There were countless sects, faiths, families, and countries, and experts appeared endlessly. The Tianqi Mansion was considered a first-rate sect on Great Yang Planet. The Mansion Lord was at the second level of the Shenxi realm, and the two Grand Elders were also at the first level of the Shenxi realm. Shenxi realm cultivators were already the top experts on Great Yang. Even first-level Shenxi realm experts were rare powerhouses in the entire Great Yang. To have 3 Shenxi realm experts in Tianqi Mansion, they could already be considered outstanding among the first-rate forces. Those who were stronger than the Tianqi mansion were basically large sects and families with extremely ancient inheritances. Those forces had experts at the third level of the Xianxi realm or even the peak Xianxi realm. They were the strongest experts who truly ruled the Great Yang Holy Land. Actually, the Xianxi realm normally only consists of 3 levels. However, since ancient times, there had always been some peerless geniuses who could surpass the third realm and reach the so-called peak Xianxi realm, thereby possessing strength that far exceeded the third realm. This allowed the Xianxi realm to have 4 realms. Wang Daoyi was not weak, but compared to the top experts of the Great Yang Holy Land, there was still a certain gap. Therefore, although he knew a lot of information, he had not come into contact with the core secrets of the Great Yang Holy Land. Many of the situations were only superficial and difficult to delve into. However, this was basically enough for Kui Heng to figure out some of the basic situations of the Great Yang Holy Land. In addition, he also learned that there were actually other holy lands outside the Great Yang Holy Land. However, there were only some records in the ancient books and no clear description. The people of the Great Yang Holy Land had never encountered anyone from other holy lands. Wang Daoyi only knew about this. How much do you know about Zhu Juntian? Kui Heng was naturally not only asking about the situation of the Great Yang Holy Land, but also about this person who seemed to have been involved in various events. He had once suspected that the Tao God was cooperating with Zhu Juntian, but from the looks of it, this did not seem to be the case. Wang Daoyi had been in this star sea for a long time. It was impossible for him not to know Zhu Juntian's situation. Exalted Immortal, Zhu Juntian is the artifact spirit of the 6 Heaven Gate diagrams, Wang Daoyi said respectfully. There's the signature of the person who designed the blueprints of the 6 Heaven Gates on the diagram, and the signed name was Juntian. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Later on, the 6 Heaven Gates diagram obtained consciousness, so it called itself Juntian. Everyone in the Tianqi mansion addressed him respectfully as Juntian diagram venerate. After coming to this sea of stars, he changed his name to Zhu Juntian. Later on, the 6 Heaven Gates diagram obtained consciousness, so it called itself Juntian. Everyone in the Tianqi mansion addressed him respectfully as Juntian diagram venerate. After coming to this sea of stars, he changed his name to Zhu Juntian. Is actually the artifact spirit of the 6 Heaven Gates diagram? Kui Heng was a little surprised by this answer. Then, his eyes narrowed slightly as he said with a smile, in that case, for Tai Hong to manage to secretly steal the 6 Heaven Gates diagram back then, it might not be by his effort alone. A peak black hole realm expert had silently stolen the sect's supreme treasure under the noses of a group of experts of the same realm and several Xianxi realm experts and even escaped from the Great Yang Holy Land. No matter how one thought about it, this kind of thing felt a little far-fetched. However, if he took the initiative to cooperate with the 6 Heaven Gates diagram, it was not impossible. The Mansion Lord and the Grand Elder had similar guesses. Wang Daoyi revealed a bitter smile. Zhu Juntian might have reached some kind of agreement with Tai Hong a long time ago to escape together. It's extremely difficult to trace a person in the vast universe. By the time we locked onto this star sea, a long, long time had passed. After losing 2 shattering realm experts, I came here 1,000,000 years ago. At that time, Tai Hong had already disappeared. The 6 Heaven Gates diagram had also transformed into 6 Heaven Gates that divided the star sea into 6 star fields. Even Zhu Juntian had hidden his main body and only left an incarnation as the artifact spirit of the Heaven Gate to walk the world. I didn't dare to directly appear as this will easily arouse Zhu Juntian's vigilance. It's very likely that he will choose to escape because of this. He might even inform Tai Hong, whose whereabouts are unknown. Therefore, I secretly planned the outer world invasion and sealed the heaven realm. On one hand, I used this opportunity to clean up the inheritance left behind by Tai Hong and weaken his influence. On the other hand, I gave Zhu Juntian a chance to try. Actually, when he was still the Juntian diagram venerate, he had already asked the previous mansion lords for help to reincarnate into a true living being so that he could cultivate as a true living being and break through the shackles of the artifact spirit and take a step forward in his cultivation. However, This behavior is very risky for the Tianqi mansion. It's very likely that it will cause the power of the 6 heaven gates diagrams to drop drastically. Therefore, the previous mansion lords have mainly used excuses to delay the matter. I guessed from the beginning that the reason why the Juntian diagram venerate left with Taihong was because he wanted to find an opportunity to become a true living being and cultivate as a living being. But by the time I came to this star sea, Zhu Juntian still hadn't reincarnated. I don't know the reason. It might be because he wasn't ready, or it might be because he lacked some necessary environment. Under reasonable circumstances, the heaven realm was sealed and isolated from the world. The strongest experts in the heaven realm were also sealed, and most of the forces were wiped out. There was no safer environment than this. As expected, Zhu Juntian finally chose to reincarnate. Once he reincarnates, his connection with the 6 heaven gates diagram will greatly decrease. The more times he reincarnates, the weaker this connection will be. Hence, later on, Lord of the Heavens Xiang banished him to Daoju Star and even made him fall into a trance. I established a Daoyi sect on Daoju Star and continued to control him. His master is my incarnation, and his wife, Lin Qingzhu, is my subordinate, Lu Qingzhu. Even his daughter is actually under my control. In the end, he almost went crazy in his life, but he thought that everything was done by his master, Lord of the Heavens Xiang. In the end, Zhu Juntian rushed to the Purple Sun Heaven. Through his connection with the Heaven Gate, he forcefully triggered the power of the Heaven Gate and destroyed the entire Purple Sun Heaven. The consumption reduced his connection with the 6 Heaven Gates diagram again. Unfortunately, after the Purple Sun Heaven was destroyed, Zhu Juntian disappeared. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to. He stopped abruptly and shut his mouth. At this moment, Wang Daoyi realized that there was something wrong with his tone towards the end. What if there was no conflict between the exalted immortal and Zhu Juntian? Thinking of this, Wang Daoyi's heart was immediately filled with fear. His face turned pale and he could not continue. What are you afraid of? Kui Heng laughed when he saw this. He nodded slightly and smiled. Actually, you've explained well. You've indeed answered many of my doubts. There's no hatred between Zhu Juntian and me, but we don't have any friendship. You don't have to be afraid of anything. Just say whatever you want. Previously, you said that Zhu Juntian disappeared after the Purple Sun Heaven was destroyed. Does this mean that in the past 500,000 years, you haven't found out what Zhu Juntian is doing? It's not that I don't know anything. Wang Daoyi shook his head. After obtaining Kui Heng's promise, his heart calmed down a little. I know that he took out Lu Qingzhu's remnant body from the 6 heaven gates and handed it to the Lord of the Heavenly Court. On the surface, he's cooperating with the Lord of the Heavenly Court, but he actually wants to help revive Lu Qingzhu. However, he doesn't know that Lu Qingzhu and Heavenly Venerate Shi are both my subordinates and are the first to find this star sea. You just said that Heavenly Venerate Shi is also your subordinate. Kui Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he had had such doubts when Heavenly Venerate Shi showed that he was waiting for Wang Daoyi to descend, hearing Wang Daoyi admit it himself made him think of something else. Yes. Wang Daoyi nodded, not understanding why Kui Heng suddenly asked this. Then do you know that Heavenly Venerate Shi once let his incarnation descend to this star field and opened the door of heaven? Kui Heng asked again. I know. Wang Daoyi nodded. He was even more puzzled. Then do you know that a stone man was also there at that time and told people that his name was Zhu Juntian? Kui Heng said. What? Wang Daoyi's eyes widened, and he felt his scalp tingle. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com 1. There was once a stone man who claimed to be Zhu Juntian. There was once a stone man who claimed to be Zhu Juntian. And he even opened the door of heaven on Taihong Star. How is this possible? Wang Daoyi almost thought that he had heard wrongly. He was extremely concerned about Zhu Juntian's whereabouts. As long as Zhu Juntian appeared in this star field, he would immediately sense it, let alone open the door of heaven. It was impossible to hide it from him. Moreover, the person who went to Taihong Star to open the door of heaven should have been Heavenly Venerate Shi, who was in the outer world. Heavenly Venerate Shi was his most loyal subordinate. How could he call himself Zhu Juntian? Exalted immortal, what's going on? Wang Daoyi asked in confusion. You've seen Heavenly Venerate Shi before. Why does he call himself Zhu Juntian? At this moment, Heavenly Venerate Shi was outside the palace. He did not have any aura related to Zhu Juntian at all. The two should not be related. Call him in and ask him. Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. Call the Lord of the Heavenly Court and Lu Qingzhu in too. They probably have some questions too. Zhu Juntian's whereabouts was mysterious, but he was involved in many key incidents. He was definitely not simple. Wang Daoyi thought that he had Zhu Juntian in his palm. But that may not be the case in reality. Yes, exalted immortal. Wang Daoyi bowed respectfully and walked out of the palace to convey Kui Heng's intentions. Heavenly Venerate Shi, Lu Qingzhu, and the Lord of the Heavenly Court immediately became uneasy. To a certain extent, they could be considered Kui Heng's enemies. Now that Kui Heng had specially called them into the palace, it was difficult to predict what kind of situation they would face. However, no one dared to refuse, let alone escape. The three of them still followed Wang Daoyi into the palace and arrived in front of Kui Heng. Sit. Kui Heng pointed at the 3 seats beside him and gestured for the 3 of them to sit down. He smiled and said, We were talking about Zhu Juntian just now. What do you think of this person? The Lord of the Heavenly Court, Lu Qingzhu, and Heavenly Venerate Shi were all stunned. They looked at Kui Heng and then at Wang Daoyi, not daring to sit down at all. Huh! Kui Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. The 3 of them immediately felt an incomparably huge pressure appear in their hearts. They immediately sat on the chairs beside them. They sat upright with incomparably serious expressions. Actually, Kui Heng had not revealed any aura or pressure just now. He had just changed his expression and naturally achieved this effect. Clearly, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, Lu Qingzhu, and Heavenly Venerate Shi were already extremely afraid of him. They could not even raise any thoughts of resistance. It's more comfortable to sit down and talk. Kui Heng nodded at the 3 of them and smiled. Then let's continue the topic from before and talk about your opinion of Zhu Juntian. Although Wang Daoyi's description of Zhu Juntian was very comprehensive and detailed, and he could explain many things, it was largely an arrangement he thought he had made. The truth might not be as he said. The Lord of the Heavenly Court and Lu Qingzhu had actually come into contact with Zhu Juntian. It was also possible that Heavenly Venerate Shi had some connection with Zhu Juntian. Their opinion of Zhu Juntian should be very useful as a reference. Let's start with you. Kui Heng's gaze landed on the Lord of the Heavenly Court. The 6 broken limbs and body fragments you obtained in the seal were sent over by Zhu Juntian, right? Yes, yes. The Lord of the Heavenly Court hurriedly nodded. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear. He definitely did not dare to lie in front of Kui Heng. He found me and said that he wanted to cooperate with me. He said that he would send me 6 supreme treasures, the divine lights, to help me escape. Since it's a cooperation, he shouldn't be the only one doing things, right? Kui Heng stared at the Lord of the Heavenly Court and chuckled. Then what are the conditions you agreed to? He wants me to kill Heavenly Venerate Shi after I escape, the Lord of the Heavenly Court said in a low voice. Actually, these words were really a little strange. After all, Heavenly Venerate Shi was sitting at the side. Heavenly Venerate Shi fell silent when he heard this. He lowered his head without saying a word. His originally expressionless stone face actually revealed an ashamed expression. Kill Heavenly Venerate Shi? Wang Daoyi frowned. He did not know Zhu Juntian's arrangement, nor could he figure out why Zhu Juntian wanted to kill Heavenly Venerate Shi. He vaguely felt that something had already escaped his control. What do you think about this? Kui Heng looked at Heavenly Venerate Shi. I've let Venerate Juntian down. Heavenly Venerate Shi nodded and sighed in extreme shame. I betrayed him. I'm guilty. I should have been killed by Venerate Juntian. What? Wang Daoyi could hardly believe his ears. He looked at Heavenly Venerate Shi in disbelief. He couldn't care less about Kui Heng at the side. He stood up and questioned Heavenly Venerate Shi. You called him Venerate Juntian? When did you submit to him? Since he said that he'd betrayed Zhu Juntian, He must have submitted to him first. Elder Dowie, I have received a great favor from Venerate Juntian. I've let you down for trusting me, Heavenly Venerate Sha said with a guilty expression. Back then, you sent me to this star sea to investigate Elder Taihong and the 6 Heaven Gates diagram. As soon as I arrived, I was killed. At that time, Elder Taihong originally wanted to completely destroy me. It was Venerate Juntian who begged me to attach myself to the first stone born when the heaven realm was established. Only then could I obtain a new life. I have to repay such a favor. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com 1. Wang Daoyi was instantly furious. He fell back and sat down again. He was dejected and silent. Wang Daoyi was instantly furious. He fell back and sat down again. He was dejected and silent. At this moment, he already understood that things were not as smooth as he had expected. It was even possible that he was just acting according to Zhu Juntian's script. In fact, it was a different story. Zhu Juntian must have done many things in secret that he did not know about. Even Heavenly Venerate Sha had once submitted to Zhu Juntian. Then Lu Qingzhu. Thinking of this, he could not help but turn to look at this cold and beautiful woman. She was an important chess piece for him to control Zhu Juntian. Now, Lu Qingzhu just sat there quietly and did not say anything. Her expression was very calm, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with her. Kui Heng also noticed the change in Wang Daoyi's expression, but he ignored him and continued to ask Heavenly Venerate Sha, since you want to repay Zhu Juntian's kindness, what betrayal are you talking about? 1,000,000 years ago, Elder Dowie came to this star sea and summoned me, Heavenly Venerate Sha said with extreme regret. I was afraid of Elder Dowie's might and told him a lot of information about Venerate Juntian. Your actions have instead increased his trust in you. This should be a more beneficial situation for Zhu Juntian. Kui Heng chuckled. After that, you worked for Zhu Juntian again? I feel extremely guilty. Venerate Juntian summoned me, so I naturally have to obey. Heavenly Venerate Sha had a matter-of-fact expression. I once betrayed Venerate Juntian, so I naturally have to do my best to serve him. I followed Venerate Juntian's instructions and obtained the information of the various arrangements that Elder Dowie made. Then, I organized this information and reported it to Venerate Juntian. When Wang Daoyi heard this, he felt his vision go dark. Wasn't this too ridiculous? How was this repayment? It was as if his mind was controlled. 500,000 years ago, Elder Dowie intended to let Venerate Juntian reincarnate. Heavenly Venerate Sha was still describing what he had done. At that time, Elder Dowie thought that the reason why Venerate Juntian did not reincarnate was because he was worried about the situation in the heaven realm and felt that it was not stable enough. Therefore, he created an environment where the heaven realm was sealed and isolated from the world so that Venerate Juntian could choose to reincarnate and reduce his connection with the 6 Heaven Gates diagram. This process requires the 9 heavens on our side to cooperate and act out a large-scale invasion of the heaven realm. We also have to successfully seal the Lord of the Heavenly Court. The process was very smooth and there were almost no difficulties. Venerate Juntian knows the entire process and direction. In order to facilitate the planned ending, he even specially made arrangements in secret. He had a clear list of what to do first, what to do next, and how to do it. Other than that, actually, the reason why we had so much ease in sealing the Lord of the Heavenly Court back then was because Venerate Juntian had already told us all the weaknesses of the Lord of the Heavenly Court. The Lord of the Heavenly Court looked stunned. For hundreds of thousands of years, he had actually been wondering why the 9 heavenly venerates of the outer world could accurately target his weakness. If not for the fact that his weaknesses were targeted, he would definitely not have been sealed so easily. He did not expect Zhu Juntian to be the one who told them his weaknesses. What was even more ironic was that the person who saved him in the end was also Zhu Juntian. He was even grateful to Zhu Juntian. Now, he immediately felt like he had eaten a fly. Later on, just as Elder Dowie had expected, the heaven realm was closed and the 2 worlds were completely separated. Heavenly Venerate Sha continued. Venerate Juntian also chose to reincarnate as a human in such an environment and was no longer the artifact spirit of a supreme treasure. Elder Dowie thought that under such circumstances, the connection between Venerate Juntian and the 6 Heaven Gates diagram would weaken, but that's not the case. Even if Venerate Juntian reincarnated, he still retained extremely strong control over the 6 Heaven Gates diagram. However, Venerate Juntian wanted to be a human, so he deliberately hid his control over that supreme treasure. In the long years after he reincarnated, he almost never used the power of the 6 Heaven Gates diagram. In order to pursue the experience of truly being a human, Venerate Juntian even took the initiative to let himself fall into a trance and live in a pure state as a human. During that period of time, I didn't receive any instructions from Venerate Juntian. This should be Zhu Juntian from the Dowie sect era. Zhu Juntian has really done a lot. Kui Heng smiled and asked, was it you or Zhu Juntian who opened the door of heaven on Taihong Star? It's Venerate Juntian, Heavenly Venerate She said extremely respectfully. A wisp of Venerate Juntian's spiritual consciousness attached to my body and controlled it. That was the last time I saw Venerate Juntian. That time, when we opened the door of heaven, it was to send the 6 supreme treasures to Lu Qingzhu's grave, the Lord of the Heavenly Court added. When the outer world invaded, Lu Qingzhu would use the 6 supreme treasures to recover to a state that was neither alive nor dead. At the same time, the 6 supreme treasure divine lights will also be affected by my arrangements in the tomb and will be directly sent to me, helping me break the seal and step into the shattering realm. At this point, he paused and shook his head with a bitter smile. I just didn't expect it to be just a chess piece of Zhu Juntian's. These divine lights were actually fragments of Lu Qingzhu's body. In the end, they were all recalled by Lu Qingzhu, and I didn't manage to break through to the shattering realm. Clearly, the Lord of the Heavenly Court was completely treated as a tool by Zhu Juntian and thrown away after being used. It was indeed a little miserable. It's your honor to be my husband's chess piece, Lu Qingzhu suddenly said. Wang Dowie opened his mouth when he heard this. He wanted to say something but hesitated. He no longer even had the mood to sigh. He even had a feeling that this was indeed the case. However, Lu Qingzhu did not seem to want to let him off. She looked at Wang Dowie with a cold gaze and said indifferently, you don't have to be like this. Actually, I'm still willing to accept you. If not for your matchmaking, how could I be with a peerless person like my husband? Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Zhu Juntian's goal is indeed strange and unfathomable. Kui Heng seemed to have thought of something and said in a low voice, let's make a trip to the Juntian Palace. Zhu Juntian's goal is indeed strange and unfathomable. Kui Heng seemed to have thought of something and said in a low voice, let's make a trip to the Juntian Palace. Then, layers of ripples appeared in the void around him, spreading out like water waves. In an instant, he brought Wang Dowie, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, Heavenly Venerate Shi, and Lu Qingzhu to the Juntian Palace on the Dark Sea Star. Compared to the last time he came here, the Juntian Palace had not changed much. It was still empty. Other than the shrine filled with memorial tablets, there were no other decorations. These memorial tablets were placed here alone and had been silent for countless years, causing this place to have an aura of sorrow. Kui Heng looked at these memorial tablets thoughtfully. When he first came here, he had already sensed the sorrow contained in these memorial tablets. However, he did not know much about Zhu Juntian previously and did not feel that it was strange to have dense sorrow here. But from the information he knew now, it was a little unusual. The memorial tablets of my beloved wife, Lin Qingzhu, and my beloved daughter, Zhu Xuanji. Lu Qingzhu's eyes were filled with tears when she saw these 2 memorial tablets. She muttered, husband. When Wang Dowie saw the many memorial tablets on the shrine, he was actually a little dazed, especially when he saw the memorial tablets on the altar. He said in a low voice, the memorial tablets of my master, Lin Shanchang. He actually erected a memorial tablet for my incarnation. The Lord of the Heavenly Court and Heavenly Venerate She stood at the side without saying a word. Actually, they were all very surprised. These memorial tablets retained extremely strong emotions. It could make anyone who saw the memorial tablet feel a strong sense of sorrow. This was a situation that would only happen if one poured their heart and soul into creating the memorial tablets. Zhu Juntian actually had such a rich emotion. Could it be that he had really fallen into a trance and lost his memories? Zhu Juntian will always act with you. He didn't even hesitate to let himself fall into a trance. This is probably one of the reasons, Kui Heng said in a low voice. He needs more qualities of human emotions. 2. Whether it's reincarnating into the purple sun heaven to become a disciple, fighting in all directions as a sect disciple, or being banished to the mortal world and falling into a trance, it can let him live a better life as a human. You thought that this was an arrangement to plot against him. In his opinion, these are all ways to help him experience more of humanity. And as long as he maintains his connection with the 6 heaven gates, there will be no real danger. That's all. Wang Daoyi was stunned and said in disbelief, just to experience more human nature. The 7 emotions and 6 desires, myriad emotions. This should be something that will be abandoned after stepping into the true world realms. So your cultivation method is still focused on this? Kui Heng laughed when he heard this. He shook his head gently and said, I don't think this is the correct path. Whether it's cultivating to become an immortal or to possess powerful strength, people shouldn't lose their humanity. Cultivators are also humans. They live as humans. Cultivating painstakingly is not to refine yourself into a senseless, ignorant, emotionless, and unrestrained rock. It's necessary to maintain human nature. Moreover, Zhu Juntian's Dharma treasure and artifact spirit might be even more precious to him. This made him go through a lot of trouble. However, he's an expert with a high realm after all. According to the 3 realms of the true world you mentioned, he's at least at the peak of the black hole realm and might even have reached the Shenxi realm. An expert of this realm might not have a single goal in scheming against something. Perhaps he doesn't just want to obtain more traits of human nature. He might also have other goals. At this point, he suddenly walked forward to the shrine. His gaze landed on the empty memorial tablet. Then, purple gold light appeared in his eyes. Under Kui Heng's gaze, words finally appeared on the empty memorial tablet. Zhu Juntian's memorial tablet. The moment he saw the words appear on the empty memorial tablet, an incomparably powerful pressure immediately erupted from it. In an instant, an extremely powerful shockwave spread out with the Juntian Palace as the core. The entire dark sea star trembled violently. The glacier that had been frozen for countless years instantly collapsed, and all the living beings on this planet were instantly reduced to ashes. 1. This extremely terrifying shockwave spread extremely quickly. At the same time that it killed all the living beings on the dark sea star, it had already arrived on Tianzhu star. With the trial ground set up by Kui Heng and the Tianzhu star god that Kui Heng had specially enlightened, it should be the strongest planet in this galaxy. However, in front of this shocking power, they were still unable to resist. Facing this sudden attack, the Tianzhu star god immediately erupted with all its power. The star god's body completely appeared and became even larger than the entire Tianzhu star, wrapping the main body of the planet in the star god's body. However, in an instant, the Tianzhu star god's body was shattered. Countless starlight scattered in all directions and he actually died on the spot. The Tianzhu star wrapped in it also collapsed. The many golden immortals and limitless golden immortals on the planet were like small wooden fishing boats facing huge waves. In the blink of an eye, they were destroyed. Many people did not even react before they fell into darkness and lost their consciousness. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. The entire Tianzhu star was like a piece of paper in a storm. This terrifying shock force swept through everything and destroyed half of the planets in the galaxy without obstruction. The entire Tianzhu star was like a piece of paper in a storm. This terrifying shock force swept through everything and destroyed half of the planets in the galaxy without obstruction. Next was Daozhu star. However, at this moment, Kui Heng had already used his dharmic powers to condense a void barrier in front of this shockwave to stop it. At the same time, his dharmic powers also contained the effect of stabilizing space. It directly strengthened the space of the entire galaxy and instantly eliminated this sudden tremor. After dissipating this shock, Kui Heng's dharmic powers were only consumed a little. Hence, he displayed the methods of void creation. In the blink of an eye, the planets that had just been destroyed by this shockwave returned to its original state. Then, he used the resurrection technique to revive the living beings that had just been reduced to ashes. Everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. In fact, other than some golden immortals and limitless golden immortals with high cultivation and sharp spiritual perception who knew that they had just died, most people really did not know what had just happened. They only felt their vision suddenly go dark and they were in a daze for a moment. Then, they returned to their original state and could not feel anything unusual at all. This was the essential difference in realm. It was too huge. In the Juntian Palace, other than Kui Heng, everyone else looked terrified, their faces filled with lingering fear. Especially Wang Daoyi, his face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with shock. He said with a trembling voice, "It's Zhu Juantian's aura, Zhu Juantian's power. This power is at least at the initial stage of the Shenxi realm. It might even be stronger. This is his backup plan left here." Kui Heng nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "This memorial tablet is actually a spirit mark. If he dies elsewhere, his true spirit will revive here. This is a place he kept to save his life. Although it didn't protect the Juntian Palace, it left an extremely powerful force on this memorial tablet. The defenseless Juntian Palace can lower one's vigilance, but once someone discovers the truth of this memorial tablet, power will erupt and destroy everyone who discovers the abnormality here." Actually, Kui Heng could have eliminated this memorial tablet the moment it erupted with aura, pressure, and vibrational power. However, he did not do that. On the one hand, it was to investigate the purpose of Zhu Juntian leaving behind this power. He needed to let this power display its power appropriately. Moreover, everything was under his control. He could return things to the original state no matter how they were affected. On the other hand, he discovered a very familiar aura in this memorial tablet. It was actually Hong Fugui's aura. This memorial tablet was not only Zhu Juantian's resurrection point, but also Hong Fugui's resurrection point. However, Zhu Juantian's power was still the one leading all of this. Hong Fugui's wisp of aura belonged to the protected side. Based on the traces of time, it was when Zhao Hongxi left Daoju Star with Hong Fugui. At that time, in order to leave a star map for Hong Yong to guide him, Zhao Hongxi came to the Dark Sea Star. It should have been at that time that Hong Fugui's aura was left on this memorial tablet. I didn't expect to encounter something related to Fugui here. Kui Heng's gaze was deep as he stared at the memorial tablet and began to track the power left behind. This method of using an item as a resurrection point definitely had a connection between the main body and the power of the resurrection point. As the person who set up this resurrection point, Zhu Juntian could not escape this pursuit. As long as Kui Heng followed this power and traced it, he could find Zhu Juntian. Zhu Juntian might know Hong Fugui's whereabouts. Although Kui Heng did not deliberately look for Hong Fugui and Jiang Chichi, since he had encountered clues related to them, he naturally had to investigate. The last time he received news of Hong Fugui was on Taihong Star. He only knew that Hong Fugui had gone to the outer world. Originally, he planned to go to the other star fields to take a look after understanding the matters of the heaven realm. On one hand, he could further perfect his mid-stage soul formation cultivation through communicating with the different laws of each star field. On the other hand, he could also investigate Hong Fugui's whereabouts. Although it was already difficult for Kui Heng to obtain any obvious improvements in this star sea after breaking through to the mid-stage soul formation realm, he could still perfect his current cultivation to a certain extent and make his cultivation more comprehensive. Under Kui Heng's gaze, the power Zhu Juntian left on the memorial tablet seemed to have transformed into a fuse that guided the way in the vast universe. After crossing realm after realm and starry skies, finally, an incomparably huge planet appeared under Kui Heng's gaze and entered his eyes. Taihong Star. It's Taihong Star. Kui Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. Through tracking the power left behind by Zhu Juntian, he locked onto Taihong Star. This was the place where Zhu Juantian's connection with the memorial tablet had disappeared. The connection disappeared on Taihong Star. Does that mean that Zhu Juntian went to a place that will isolate the connection between him and the memorial tablets? Could Fugue have followed him? Kui Heng fell into deep thought. He had always felt that there was something strange about Taihong Star. Why did Zhu Juntian take a fancy to an originally very ordinary planet and send it into the door of heaven? Was it just for the outer world to invade? However, from Zhu Juntian's perspective, if it was just to promote a battle between the two starfields, there was no need for him to possess heavenly venerate Sure and personally head to Taihong Star. His true goal in doing this was still unknown. If he could find anything special about Taihong Star, it would be very easy to explain this. It was very likely that he wanted to make a secret arrangement for Taihong Star so that he could head to a mysterious place. The power left behind by Zhu Juntian was at the Xianxi realm and was already comparable to the early-stage soul formation realm. The place he went to could actually isolate such a level of connection. It must have a higher level of power. At the very least, it had surpassed the early-stage soul formation realm or reached the mid-stage soul formation realm. Perhaps even stronger. It was very easy to understand why he had specially sent Taihong Star into the door of heaven. He was the artifact spirit of the 6 heaven gates diagram and also the artifact spirit of the door of heaven. The interior of the door of heaven was a place that was completely under his control. It could better hide from Wang Daoi's investigation. Taihong Star, Taihong. Kui Heng chewed on these 2 words and turned to look at Wang Daoi beside him. He asked in a low voice, "Have you investigated Taihong Star?" Taihong Star? Wang Daoi was slightly stunned when he heard that. Then, he nodded and said, "I've investigated it twice. The name of this planet is too strange and is too similar to Taihong. It's impossible for me to let it go. But I didn't find anything unusual, especially after it entered the door of heaven. I checked it again, but I didn't find anything either. Exalted Immortal. Is this Taihong Star really related to Taihong? Not necessarily." Kui Heng shook his head gently. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "Did you know that Heavenly Venerature wanted to open the door of heaven and send Taihong Star into it?" I know." The expression on Wang Daoi's face immediately became a little awkward. He also realized that there was definitely something abnormal about Taihong Star, but it was most likely not related to Taihong, but to Zhu Juntian. Letting Taihong Star enter the door of heaven should be to let it be attacked by the scarlet light so that it's easier for the outer world to attack. Kui Heng said with a faint smile, "But there are many suitable planets. Why did you choose Taihong Star?" "It was Heavenly Venerate Sure who suggested it." Wang Dao gritted his teeth and said, "As expected." Kui Heng smiled. Then, the surrounding light spread out and he brought everyone to Taihong Star. When a mid-stage soul formation cultivator arrived, he immediately felt that there was something unusual at the core of the planet. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. The last time Kui Heng came to Taihong Star was when he was at the early stage soul formation realm. The last time Kui Heng came to Taihong Star was when he was at the early stage soul formation realm. At that time, he had also checked this place, but he did not find anything unusual. But now, he could clearly feel that in the core of Taihong Star, there was a collapsing space that formed an extremely hidden void vortex. This void vortex was like a door, as if it led to an unknown place. A blurry barrier enveloped its surroundings, isolating this void vortex from the outside world and blocking the perception of the outside world. The level of power that formed this barrier has already surpassed the early stage soul formation realm. Is this the strength of a peak Xianxi realm cultivator? Kui Heng thoughtfully sensed the abnormality in the core of Taihong Star. From this method of hiding the void vortex, Zhu Juntian's strength was extraordinary. He might even be the strongest existence in this star sea. His strength had surpassed the early stage soul formation realm. Even Kui Heng, who had broken through earlier, was filled with fear towards such strength. According to the traces left behind by this void vortex, a wormhole was opened 3,000 years ago and once more hundreds of years ago. Kui Heng guessed in his heart, 3,000 years ago, it was extremely closely related to Zhu Juntian's aura. Hundreds of years ago, it was much smaller. The former should be that Zhu Juntian had entered the void vortex himself, and the latter should be traces left behind by Fugue. The two are more than 2,000 years apart, and even the traces are different. Could it be that Zhu Juntian had actually completed all the arrangements 3,000 years ago and entered the void vortex? Fugui might have obtained his guidance and also entered the void vortex. Thinking of this, his figure swayed and he brought Wang Daoyi and the others to the core of Taihong Star. The fire at the core of the earth burned brightly. The temperature here was extremely high. However, to Kui Heng and Wang Daoyi, this temperature did not affect them at all. At this moment, Wang Daoyi and the others were still in a very confused state. They did not know why Kui Heng suddenly left the Juntian Palace and came to Taihong Star, or why he suddenly came to the core of Taihong Star. Did he discover something? It's here. Kui Heng stared ahead. He raised his right hand and tapped lightly, and a trace of dharmic powers spread out. At the same time, the burning fire in front of him immediately split in the middle, revealing an empty space. However, there was nothing there. However, as Kui Heng's trace of dharmic powers spread out and filled this empty place, a faint layer of purple gold light appeared. It kept circling in this area, forming a void vortex. The power of the silver disk. Wang Daoyi immediately recognized the power contained in this purple gold light. It was clearly the strange power that enveloped the silver disk in the middle of the star sea. It was exactly the same. Amen. Kui Heng nodded lightly. Actually, after arriving at the core of the planet, he had already discovered that this spatial vortex was actually a ball of distorted primordial qi that was connected to the silver disk in the middle of the star sea. If I'm not wrong, Zhu Juntian should have entered the silver disk central world through this void vortex 3,000 years ago. Kui Heng thought to himself, Fugui should have entered hundreds of years ago. But the problem was, why did Hong Fugui follow the arrangements left behind by Zhu Juntian and enter the silver disk world in the middle of the star sea? Why did Zhu Juntian take Hong Fugui's aura in the empty memorial tablet left behind by the Juntian Palace and set it as Hong Fugui's resurrection point? This was very confusing and he could not think of a reason at all. There should be communication between Fugui and Zhu Juntian. Kui Heng speculated in his heart, perhaps Zhu Juntian left some arrangements elsewhere and was discovered by Fugui? However, the clues have already been severed here. As for the exact situation, I'm afraid I can only continue exploring after I enter the silver disk world in the middle of the star sea. Next, I'll arrange the matters of the heaven realm first. Then, I'll go to the other star fields to take a look and further perfect my mid-stage soul formation cultivation. I can also see if Zhu Juntian left any other traces. To him, the process of searching for Zhu Juntian's traces was the process of understanding the truth of this world. The more he understood this world, the deeper the level of communication he could have with it. This could directly increase his cultivation. Of course, the core path still required him to find a higher realm to communicate with. The cultivation progress that this star sea could provide him with was already not much. Next, he had two options. One was to head to the silver disk world in the middle of the star sea, and the other was to head to Great Yang Planet. In comparison, Kui Heng was more inclined to the latter. After all, he had already asked Wang Daoyi about the situation on Great Yang Planet and knew some things about it, but he knew nothing about the silver disk world in the middle of the star sea. He did not even know what kind of experts were inside. If he rashly went over, he might encounter great danger. He had to consider it carefully. However, all of this could only be decided after Kui Heng completed his cultivation in this star sea. That was still a period of time. After investigating the situation on Taihong Star, Kui Heng brought Wang Daoyi and the others back to the palace in the capital of the Heaven Realms Wood Nation. At this moment, the problem he faced was how to deal with Wang Daoyi, the Lord of the Heavenly Court, Lu Qingzhu, and the outer world Heavenly Venerates, including Heavenly Venerate Shi. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Kui Heng had a plan for this. It would definitely be a waste to kill them directly. Therefore, Kui Heng sent these people into the reincarnation space he had established, making them reincarnators who were completely under his control. Such a group of experts who stood at the peak of the 12 Heaven Gate realms and had surpassed the 12th Heaven Gate realm could be said to be very useful to explore this star sea. Their efficiency was extremely high. and their exploration gains would ultimately be attributed to Kui Heng. This saved Kui Heng the time to explore the surrounding starfields and even the entire star sea, allowing him to focus on perfecting his cultivation realm. The turmoil in the heaven realm disappeared. In many places, many living beings did not even know what had happened. Most of the people only felt the color of the sky change a few times. After a few loud sounds in the distance, everything returned to calm. However, many people still understood how lucky they were to survive such a calamity. If not for the group of experts guarding the heaven realm, they would have definitely been reduced to ashes by the invasion of the Scarlet Calamity. How could they have such a life now? This also allowed more people to pursue a higher realm and become stronger. Under such a wave, many ancient inheritances began to prosper again. In such circumstances, Pei Qingshu came to find Kui Heng. He wanted to leave traces of the cultivation system he was using in the heaven realm and leave his inheritance behind. Why do you want to do this? Kui Heng asked with interest. In the past, you only focused on fighting powerful enemies and had never considered the matter of leaving an inheritance. I feel that the cultivation method of the human race in the heaven realm is too crude. It's a waste of such a good cultivation environment, Pei Qingshu said in a low voice. Since there's such a good environment, we should naturally let them cultivate a path with a clear direction. Other than these, I also have some selfish motives. I want to summarize my cultivation over the years while preaching the Tao to the outside world so that I can consolidate my current realm and break through to a higher level. All right. Kui Heng nodded slightly when he heard this and smiled. This is not bad. External inheritance and preaching are indeed good methods to summarize one's cultivation. The heaven realm is a good place. If you can seize this opportunity and establish an orthodoxy that belongs to you alone, you will benefit endlessly. Disciple understands. Pei Qingshu bowed respectfully. After obtaining Kui Heng's affirmation, he was 100 times more confident. Go. Kui Heng smiled. In the Yellow Heaven sect, Li Mingqiang and Li Mingcheng finally had time to sit down and talk. Little sister, it's been hard on you all these years. Li Mingcheng sighed deeply. When he parted ways with Li Mingqiang back then, she was still a child. She only knew how to follow him around every day and call him Big Brother. The current Li Mingqiang had already become the empress of the Great Jew who was famous throughout the myriad worlds. Her name was spread in many places in the endless starry skies of the mortal world. Such success was something she had never expected. It's all thanks to Master. Li Mingqiang looked in the direction of the capital of the Wood Nation, her eyes filled with incomparable reverence. If not for Master giving me the immortal opportunity, I'm afraid I would have died in the palace battle long ago. Even if I was lucky enough to survive, I definitely wouldn't be able to escape the vicious hands of those aristocratic families. At that time, the Great Jew was too weak. Not to mention resisting the immortal sects, they did not even have the qualifications to resist the aristocratic families that were dogs for the immortal sects. The difference was too great. Without Master, there wouldn't be a day for me to reunite with you. Li Mingqiang was filled with emotions. Then, she asked, Brother, do you have any plans next? I plan to travel around well. Li Mingcheng seemed to have made up his mind long ago and smiled. Now that the heaven realm has stabilized, it's in a state of exuberant vitality. It's suitable for me to travel around, increase my knowledge, and temper my cultivation. Little sister, what about you? Of course it's to establish a country in the heaven realm. Li Mingqiang smiled and said, I cultivate the path of national luck. My country is the foundation of my cultivation. Previously, in order to avoid the calamity of the mortal world, the entire Great Jew was moved to the heaven realm by Master. It's time to rebuild the Great Jew here, recruit talented people, and expand my territory. The cultivation environment of the heaven realm is far stronger than the starry skies of the mortal world. The territory of the 9,000 heavenly regions is even more vast. As long as I can subdue a heavenly region and subjugate it into the Great Jew, I can easily break through my current realm. If I can turn these 9,000 heavenly regions into the territory of the Great Jew, my cultivation realm will definitely reach an unbelievable height. Perhaps I can surpass the limit of the 12th heaven gate realm. Ha ha ha, Good. Li Mingcheng laughed loudly when he heard this. Then I'll wait for that day. When the 8,000 continents away from the capital are still within the Great Dew. That day will come, Li Mingcheng said with a firm gaze. Time passed quickly, and 200 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 200 years, the Heaven Realm had entered an unprecedented stable development state. Only some forces had a small-scale conflict, and there was almost no large-scale battle. It was very stable. This was naturally inseparable from the suppression of a peerless expert like Kui Heng. With him in the Heaven Realm, naturally, no one dared to act rashly. Pei Qingshu's Dao inheritance was established quite smoothly. After all, his cultivation method was clearly much more exquisite than the current cultivation method of the Heaven Realm. Anyone who knew their stuff would not let go of this opportunity to learn. Therefore, in just 200 years, Pei Qingshu had already gained billions of disciples. Although this could not be considered a top faction, it could be said to be flourishing. Li Mingcheng's Great Dew was like the sun in the midday sky. Thanks to the efficiency of the country's system and her conscientiousness as an empress, the Great Dew's expansion was extremely fast. To this day, she had already subjugated 3 heavenly regions into her territory. Li Mingcheng's cultivation realm naturally increased greatly. All of this seemed to be developing in a good direction. However, there was something that Kui Heng cared about. Whether it was him looking down at the star sea and investigating the entire Heaven Realm and this star field, or asking the reincarnators to investigate the foreign realms, he did not find any information about Jiang Chichi. It was as if she had disappeared from the face of the earth, as if she had never appeared in this star sea. Jiang Chichi's last message was to track down an outer world creature and leave the Greenstone Wasteland. There had been no news since then. Originally, Kui Heng thought that Jiang Chichi was most likely still in the Heaven Realm. At most, she had gone to the outer world. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. This is because every time I arrive, she'll leave before me. Kui Heng frowned slightly and thought to himself, over and over again. Is this situation just a coincidence? If it wasn't a coincidence, then why? This made him fall into deep thought. The traces of Fugue can still be traced, but Chichi's tracks are too mysterious. This feeling of missing out every time is too strange. Kui Heng thought to himself, previously, I didn't deliberately look for them. Perhaps I missed the chance to meet them because of this. If that's all, it's fine. But I'm afraid that some invisible force is secretly creating such a coincidence. Perhaps I should find their whereabouts first so that I can feel more at ease. However, this is also for later. I'll wrap up the matter of this star sea first. Thinking of this, his figure left the palace and arrived in the endless dark starry sky. With a thought, a heaven gate that emitted incomparably holy light appeared. At the same time, the other 5 star fields seemed to have been pulled by some force. 5 heaven gates appeared at the same time, all of them affected by Kui Heng. Then, they began to gather. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com1. In the past 200 years, Kui Heng had already communicated extremely fully with the great Dao laws in this star sea. In the past 200 years, Kui Heng had already communicated extremely fully with the great Dao laws in this star sea. Now, not only had he already mastered the Dao runes and laws of the 6 star fields, but he could also let his dharmic powers touch the 6 star fields. His power was countless times stronger than when he had just broken through to the mid-stage soul formation realm. Moreover, during this process, he had already completely grasped the mysteries of the 6 heaven gates diagram. He could subdue and refine this supreme treasure from the great Yang Holy Land's Tianqi mansion. An incomparably huge picture scroll appeared under the activation of Kui Heng's dharmic powers. It was connected to the 6 heaven gates established in the 6 star fields. The powerful aura and pressure made the 6 star fields tremble slightly. At this moment, every expert who had stepped into the 12 heaven gate realms felt their hearts palpitate, as if their cultivation was about to disappear. That was indeed the case. At the same time that the 6 star fields trembled, the other 5 heaven gates also appeared. An incomparably holy light was reflected in the eyes of everyone who had stepped into the Ascension realm and the 12 heaven gate realms. Then, they saw a huge painting descend from the sky and envelop the incomparably holy heaven gates. In the blink of an eye, they fused into the painting and became a painting drawn on the scroll. Such a scene appeared in every corner of the 6 star fields, causing countless people to be terrified and their faces to turn ashen. To most people in the 6 star fields, the 12 heaven gates were their only way to become stronger. Ascending through the heaven gate to obtain the characteristics had already become an eternal iron law of advancement. But now, the heaven gates had suddenly disappeared. What should they do? How else could they cultivate? Countless experts fell into confusion, not knowing what to do. However, Kui Heng had a countermeasure for this situation. After the huge painting absorbed the 6 heaven gates, it spat out a huge amount of nomological characteristics which scattered into the 6 star fields. Those experts who had long stepped into the 12 heaven gate realms and were in despair and confusion immediately received several power characteristics that matched their bodies. However, these characteristics did not bring them a breakthrough in their realm. Instead, it was used as a spiritual guide to modify their cultivation and transform it into the corresponding normal realm. In other words, the 10th realm, 11th realm, and 12th realm of the immortal world. It allowed them to embark on a normal cultivation path again. After all, the so-called 12 heaven gate realms were actually just a method used by Tai Hong to deceive the cultivators of the 6 star fields. Their goal was to help him nourish the characteristics of the laws. It was not a true cultivation path. Therefore, even if one had reached the peak of the 12th heaven gate realm and possessed strength that was far stronger than the 9th realm of the immortal world, their cultivation realm had not increased much. Now that Kui Heng had successfully transformed their cultivation realm, they immediately realized how simple and shallow their previous methods were. Their hearts were filled with gratitude. Although most people did not know who had caused all these changes, everyone in the 6 star fields who had their cultivation modified knelt down and bowed to thank him. To them, this was undoubtedly a favor of rebirth. In the dark and deep starry sky, Kui Heng's entire body was enveloped in purple gold light. An exquisite painting floated beside him. It was the 6 heaven gates diagram that had just returned to its original state. It's indeed a good treasure. Kui Heng sized up the Dharma treasure and praised, "This painting can refine the laws of the star sea for its own use, condensing the invisible great Tao laws into tangible matter. With the power of this treasure, as long as I place it in a star sea and activate all its power, I can wait for this painting to refine the great Tao laws in the star sea into nomological crystals. Next, as long as I refine the nomological crystals, I can naturally comprehend the great Tao laws contained in this star sea. It's really a good treasure for lazy cultivation." Such a thing essentially already has some characteristics of the mid-stage soul formation realm. Is this the realm of the so-called ancient kings? Although the artifact spirit of the 6 heaven gates diagram, Zhu Juntian, was only at the Xianxi realm, the essence of this treasure was actually very powerful. According to Wang Daoyi, the 6 heaven gates diagram was a supreme treasure that had existed since the era of the ancient kings. It had unbelievable power and its essence was extremely high. It was far from what a Xianxi realm cultivator could contain. If he could stimulate all its power, it would be like the descent of a king. However, in the past long years, very few disciples of the Tianqi mansion could truly activate the power of the 6 heaven gates diagram. This also caused the true power of the 6 heaven gates diagram to be little known. The reason why Tai Hong could turn the 6 heaven gates diagram into 6 heaven gates and use the power of this supreme treasure to open up a heaven realm was because he had grasped the mysteries of the central silver disk world in the star sea and borrowed a portion of its power to activate a portion of the true power of the 6 heaven gates diagram. In Kui Heng's opinion, the essence of this 6 heaven gates diagram already had a clear level, which was that it already had some mid-stage soul formation characteristics. The realm above the peak of the Xianxi realm was far inferior to a true mid-stage soul formation cultivator. Perhaps this was the realm where the so-called ancient kings were in. If that's really the case, it's not a bad outcome. Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. If even those ancient kings were inferior to the mid-stage soul formation realm, this meant that the Grand Yang planet was not dangerous to him. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Next, he could prepare to head to Great Yang Planet. After all, to the current Kui Heng, he had to go to a place with a higher level of strength to increase the speed of his cultivation through communication with the great Tao laws. Of course, he could also search for other star seas. The unfamiliar star sea would also contain many new laws, and it was also a place that had never been communicated with. It could also assist with his cultivation. However, the situation in the unfamiliar star sea was unknown. In terms of safety, it might not be much higher than Great Yang Planet. Therefore, to the current Kui Heng, the best choice was still the Grand Yang Planet. It won't be too late to explore the Silver Disk world in the middle of the star sea after Great Yang Planet increases my cultivation realm. Kui Heng had already made up his mind. However, before that, I still have to welcome the guests of Tianqi Mansion. During the process of refining the 6 Heaven Gates diagram, he discovered that this treasure had a special mark. As long as this treasure was refined by someone, the place where the mark was left would be sensed. The Tianqi Mansion should have learned that the 6 Heaven Gates diagram had been refined by someone. Actually, this was also Kui Heng's intention. He wanted to understand more information before he headed to Grand Yang Planet to increase his safety. Although he had already learned a lot of information about the Great Yang Planet from Wang Daoyi, it was not comprehensive. After all, Wang Daoyi was only at the peak of the black hole realm and was not a top expert of the Grand Yang Planet. In the end, there were many secrets that he could not come into contact with. Kui Heng wanted to use this opportunity to attract some Xian-Si realm experts. Previously, when he threw Wang Daoyi into the reincarnation space, he had already had such thoughts. He even specially cut off all connections with the outside world and created the illusion that Wang Daoyi had already died. However, in the past 200 years, no one has come. Hence, Kui Heng planned to increase the number of connections during the process of subduing the 6 Heaven Gates diagram. He did not expect that there would be a connection mark in the 6 Heaven Gates diagram. This saved him some effort. Next, when the time comes, I can take this opportunity to cultivate the time saber to a higher level. Kui Heng thought to himself, it's also necessary to deduce some new immortal techniques. The time saber did not seem to be enough. The range of the Great Yang Holy Land was extremely vast, covering a total of 80 million light-years of space. However, to many experts, the true Great Yang Holy Land was the huge star sea that exceeded 1 million light-years and the Great Yang Planet in the middle of this star sea. This was the center of the entire Great Yang Holy Land, and also the core of everything. All the matter, laws, and great Tao in the Holy Land revolved around the Great Yang Planet. The experts and forces of the entire Holy Land were also gathered on Grand Yang Planet. It was the place with the most experts in the 80 million light-years void. Under normal circumstances, in any star sea, a 9th realm expert of the immortal world could be considered an overlord. However, on Great Yang Planet, as long as one had not reached the 10th realm of the immortal world, they were not famous figures. To put it bluntly, they were just pawns. In such an environment, any ancient faction that could stand firm and pass down their legacy for thousands of years would have an extremely deep foundation and powerful trump cards that no one knew about. Otherwise, they would have long been destroyed by endless experts. And these so-called trump cards were usually the various secret treasures passed down from the era of the ancient kings. As long as there was such a secret treasure, it was enough to support a faction that would not decline after a long time. Tianqi Mansion was such a force. Although the 3 Xian-Si realm experts and the Mansion Lord's cultivation was at the 2nd Xian-Si realm, they could only make Tianqi Mansion one of the best among the first-rate sects. Such strength was enough to be considered powerful. There were not many forces that were stronger than this, but these alone could not last for tens of millions of years. What really allowed the Tianqi Mansion's inheritance to survive for a long time were the 3 Tianqi Supreme Treasures. It was said that those were 3 supreme treasures of the ancient kings. Every one of them had unfathomable power that surpassed the peak of the Xian-Si realm and was extremely powerful. However, no one outside knew that the 6 Heaven Gates diagram of the 3 supreme treasures had long been lost and had yet to be recovered. This was the highest secret of Tianqi Mansion. Only the Black Hole Realm Elders, the Xian-Si Realm Mansion Lord, and the 2 Grand Elders knew about this. Even if they went out to search for the six heaven gates diagram, they had to try their best to hide their whereabouts and not contact each other easily, lest other forces discover something wrong. Wang Daoyi used this to hide the fact that he had already obtained information about the six heaven gates diagram and did not report it to the Qianqi mansion. Therefore, to this day, the people of Qianqi mansion did not know that the six heaven gates diagram had actually been found by Wang Daoyi long ago. It was just that he had never reported it back. In fact, because Wang Daoyi had been away for too long, many people in the Qianqi mansion had already forgotten about the existence of an elder like him. Only when they passed by the soul lamp hall and saw that Wang Daoyi's soul lamp was still lit would they remember that he was still alive. But that was all. However, 200 years ago, Wang Daoyi's soul lamp suddenly flickered. This soul lamp that had been burning for a long time suddenly extinguished. This meant that either the connection between Wang Daoyi and the soul lamp had been erased, or Wang Daoyi had already died. The people of Qianqi mansion were basically inclined to believe the latter. After all, the soul lamps of the Qianqi mansion were essentially treasures of the Shenxi realm. With Wang Daoyi's black hole realm cultivation, it was not enough for him to cut off his connection with the soul lamps. After his soul lamp was extinguished, Qianqi mansion only hurriedly tidied up and buried the soul lamp in the tomb at the back of the mountain before ignoring it. They did not even follow the information left on the soul lamp to trace the place of death. In the end, Wang Daoyi had been away for too long. Most of the disciples of the same era as him had already passed away. Most of the people who had yet to die had already gone out to establish their own sects. Almost none of them stayed in Qianqi mansion. Even the Black Hole Realm elders had changed more than 10 times. Other than the mansion lord and the 2 grand elders, there was no one else in the Qianqi mansion who was related to Wang Daoyi. To most people, Wang Daoyi was actually a stranger. This was also the reason why Kuiheng had waited for 200 years to no avail. No one in Qianqi mansion cared about Wang Daoyi anymore, so they naturally would not send people to investigate the reason for his death. Moreover, after such a long time, it was normal for Wang Daoyi to pass away. But the abnormality that happened now was completely different. After the mansion lord of Qianqi mansion sensed the fluctuation of the mark in the 6 heaven gates diagram, he immediately informed the 2 grand elders and the dozen or so current Black Hole Realm elders. He summoned them to the main hall for a meeting. As only mansion lord Qianqi could sense the mark of the 6 heaven gates diagram, the 2 grand elders and more than 10 Black Hole Realm elders were a little confused when they were summoned. In their impression, it had been a long time since the mansion lord had summoned them so anxiously. When was the last time? 1,000,000 years ago? Or was it 2,000,000 years ago? In short, it was a long time ago. The last time when Wang Daoyi's soul lamp was extinguished, it did not cause any waves. What was so urgent this time? Mansion Lord Qianqi's gaze was calm as he looked around at everyone present and said in a low voice, "Everyone, there's no need to be puzzled. I've indeed gathered you here for an incomparably important matter. A long time ago, one of the 3 supreme treasures in our residence, the 6 heaven gates diagram, was stolen by Elder Taihong. We've been searching for it all along, but there have been no clues. Just now, I sensed the fluctuation of the mark in the 6 heaven gates diagram and traced it to a very accurate location. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. What? The whereabouts of the 6 heaven gates diagram have been found? What? The whereabouts of the 6 heaven gates diagram have been found? That's great. This treasure has been lost for 10,000 years. We've finally found a clue. We should chase after it immediately. 1. Speaking of which, Wang Daoyi, who died 200 years ago, seemed to have been sent out to search for the 6 heaven gates diagram a long time ago. Now, not long after he died, there's news of the 6 heaven gates diagram. Could it be his credit? It's indeed possible. 200 years is just like the flick of a finger. There's no news in the past, but it appeared after Wang Daoyi died. It's most likely related. I suggest that after we chase back the 6 heaven gates diagram, we can confer Wang Daoyi and give him a title as a form of consolation. This is a great merit. The elders discussed animatedly, and many people even mentioned Wang Daoyi. This was naturally not for Wang Daoyi. Instead, They were acting for the disciples of Tianqi Mansion to increase their loyalty and make them work for Tianqi Mansion more wholeheartedly. Yes, it's indeed possible that it's related to Wang Daoyi. Mansion Lord Chen Tianxia nodded slightly and said in a low voice, if the search for the 6 heaven gates diagram goes smoothly, we can also look for the traces of Wang Daoyi. The abnormality I sensed just now was actually the mark left behind by the ancestral master in the 6 heaven gates diagram. As long as the treasure was completely refined, we'll receive feedback here and determine the location of the 6 heaven gates diagram. This person spent tens of millions of years and finally refined the 6 heaven gates diagram. He should be a Xian Si realm expert. If we want to investigate, we definitely have to send a Xian Si realm expert over. Senior brothers, who is willing to go? The senior brothers he was talking about were the 2 Xian Si realm grand elders. These 2 were actually Chen Tianxia's elders. They were far older than Chen Tianxia and were much more senior. However, after Chen Tianxia became the mansion lord of Tianqi Mansion, the 2 of them could just let Chen Tianxia address them as senior brother. There was no need for him to address them as elders. Therefore, Chen Tianxia respected the 2 of them and would never forcefully arrange any missions for them. Even though the matter of exploring the 6 heavenly gates diagram this time was very important and required a Xian Si realm leader, he still did not forcefully arrange anyone to complete this mission. Instead, he asked the 2 senior brothers for their opinions first. The 2 grand elders of Tianqi Mansion looked at each other and exchanged glances. Soon, they finished discussing silently. Then, one of them nodded and smiled. Mansion Lord, I'll go. As for the 2 black hole realm experts accompanying us, you can choose my 2 disciples, Yang Qinghe and Qiu Haitang. This person's name was Tang Yuanshan, and he was the oldest person in Tianqi Mansion. Other than Chen Tianxia, the mansion lord, and the other grand elder, no one knew how long he had lived or how many lives he had lived, let alone when he first entered the Tianqi Mansion. When Chen Tianxia entered the Tianqi Mansion, Tang Yuanshan was already an expert in the Xian Si realm. In the past long years, his disciples had also changed generation after generation. They had basically all died before him. The 2 disciples he had mentioned just now were only the new disciples he had accepted in the past 2 million years. They were also the 2 disciples he had seen the most. They were geniuses who had stepped into the peak of the black hole realm in just more than 1 million years. Tianqi Mansion loved such disciples the most. Tang Yuanshan's answer satisfied Chen Tianxia. He nodded and said with a smile, Senior brother Tang, we'll have to trouble you this time. Please bring the 6 heaven gates diagram back. Mansion Lord doesn't have to worry. Tang Yuanshan nodded slightly. His expression was very firm, as if he was extremely confident. My 2 disciples and I will definitely bring the 6 heaven gates diagram back intact. Yang Qinghe and Qiu Haitang also bowed respectfully to Chen Tianxia, also indicating that they would definitely assist Tang Yuanshan with all their might and bring the 6 heaven gates diagram back to Tianqi Mansion. I'm naturally at ease with senior brother Tang and his disciples. Chen Tianxia nodded and smiled. Then, he said, however, senior brother, you have to be more careful when you go. If the abnormality of the 6 heaven gates diagram is really related to Wang Daoyi's death, it means that there must be an unfathomable expert in that star sea. Moreover, although that star sea is remote, that central silver disk contains extremely profound power. It's mysterious and unfathomable. Perhaps an expert has walked out from it. Senior brother, if you encounter an expert you can't defeat, please take care of yourself first. If you really encounter danger, I'd rather not have the 6 heaven gates diagram and let you return safely. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Mansion Lord. Tang Yuanshan laughed loudly and nodded. I've lived for so long. I'm not good at anything else, but I know some life-saving methods. Even if an expert at the peak of the Xian Si realm set up an ambush, I'm confident that I can escape at the cost of being severely injured. Unless the ancient kings reappear, no one can kill me. 1. In any case, it's better to be careful. Chen Tianxia nodded. I understand. Tang Yuanshan turned to ask, when are we leaving? Naturally, the sooner the better, Chen Tianxia said in a low voice. That person has only just refined the 6 heaven gates diagram. He shouldn't have completely grasped its wonderful uses yet. The longer we delay, the more dangerous it will be. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Then I'll set off now, Tang Yuanshan said decisively. Then I'll set off now, Tang Yuanshan said decisively. All right. Chen Tianxia nodded. Then, he flicked his finger and sent a small ball of light to Tang Yuanshan. Senior brother, there's information about that star sea here and the star map to that side. All right. Tang Yuanshan took the ball of light and skimmed through the information inside. He nodded and said, Mansion Lord, just wait for my good news. Qinghe, Haitang, follow me. Yes, Master. Yang Qinghe and Qiu Haitang said in unison. After Tang Yuanshan left with his 2 disciples, Chen Tianxia let the group of Black Hole Realm elders leave. Only Chen Tianxia and the other Grand Elder, Lin Tong, were left in the main hall. Mansion Lord, the star sea you mentioned just now should be the Silver Disk star sea outside the edge of the Great Yang Holy Land, right? Lin Tong asked Chen Tianxia. Yes, that's right. It's there. Chen Tianxia nodded and said, I didn't expect the 6 heaven gates diagram to really be in that star sea. Wang Daoyi also died there. Senior brother Tang is so bold. Lin Tong sighed with emotion when he heard this. To be honest, if I knew that I was going to the Silver Disk star sea this time, even if I agreed at the beginning, I would have gone back on my word. That central Silver Disk world of that star sea is too mysterious. I know this too. And so does senior brother Tang. Chen Tianxia looked out of the hall and sighed softly. Actually, senior brother Tang told me some time ago that he doesn't have long to live. What? Didn't he just live to the 8th life? Lin Tong's eyes widened as he said in shock, a Xianxi realm cultivator like us should be able to live to the 9th life as long as we take the spiritual root divine medicine. The normal limit of a martial artist's lifespan after stepping into the true world realm was 2 million years. Generally speaking, as long as one passed this limit, they would die of old age and reincarnate. During this process, one would fall into an extremely serious trance. They might not even be able to retain the memories of their previous life. The pursuit of longevity was the instinct of any living being. In order to extend their lifespan and preserve their memories, countless experts had done extensive research on the subject. Therefore, there were endless methods to extend one's lifespan and secret techniques to preserve one's memories. But even so, they could only extend their lifespan to 3 million years at most. After reaching this limit, they would have to reincarnate. However, the ancient kings still found a loophole. As long as they took a spiritual root divine medicine that matched their lifespan and circulated a secret technique, they could restart the vitality in their body and retain their cultivation level to live a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or even more life. Of course, there was also a limit to this method. Shattering realm martial artists could only live for a 3rd life. Black hole realm martial artists could live for a 6th life, while mystic sea realm martial artists could live for a 9th life. Their maximum lifespan was 27 million years. Tang Yuanshan started his 8th life 2 million years ago. Not to mention that he still had a lifetime to live, he still had 1 million years in this life. How could he not have long to live? Senior brother, do you still remember that a peerless genius rose up in the God Desolation Valley 20 years ago? Chen Tianxia asked instead of answering. I remember. This child's name is Zhong Xianyuan. He cultivated to the Xianxi realm at the age of less than 1,000 years. He can be said to be the #1 person in history. Lin Tong nodded, but he was a little puzzled. Why did you suddenly mention him? More than 10 years ago, senior brother Tang was injured by Zhong Xianyuan, leaving behind a Dao injury. Chen Tianxia sighed and said, unless his cultivation breaks through again, he won't be able to live a 9th life. Zhong Xianyuan can leave a Dao injury on senior brother Tang? Lin Tong was shocked when he heard this. He almost could not believe his ears. How old is that kid? How long has he broken through to the Xianxi realm? Senior brother Tang has cultivated for. To such a peerless genius, is there any meaning in cultivating for a few more years? Chen Tianxia interrupted Lin Tong and shook his head with a sigh. Moreover, the God Desolation Valley is not a force that we can afford to offend. Senior brother Tang can only save himself. I hope that the opportunity he needs is in the silver disk star sea and it can help him improve further. Lin Tong was silent for a moment before sighing. In this holy land, the strong are still respected. This is the eternal truth. Sigh. How did Zhong Xianyuan cultivate so quickly and be so powerful? Is he still human? I heard that his aptitude was not good when he was young and he could not even cultivate. How did he suddenly become such a peerless genius? I've heard some rumors, Chen Tianxia said in a low voice. It's said that Zhong Xianyuan is the reincarnation of an ancient king, which is why he can cultivate so quickly. The reason why he couldn't cultivate when he was young was because the foundation brought about by the reincarnation of the ancient king was too deep. It blocked the divine meridians in his body and cut off his path of internal and external cultivation. Originally, in this situation, it would normally take more than 1,000 people at the peak of the Xianxi realm to open up a crack in his divine meridians and give him a chance to cultivate. But suddenly, one day, his divine meridians were all connected. The foundation brought about by the reincarnation of the ancient king turned into food for his cultivation. From then on, his improvement was lightning fast. The reason why he could connect his divine meridians was said to be because he accidentally entered a mysterious immortal realm and saw an unfathomable ancient immortal. After returning, all the divine meridians in his body were automatically connected. 1. It's said that it's precisely for this reason that he changed his name to Zhong Xianyuan, which has the literal meaning of immortal opportunity. It's to forever remember the great kindness that the immortal ancient gave him. Ancient immortal. Lin Tong was stunned when he heard this. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, as expected, the fortuitous encounters and opportunities of a peerless genius are not something ordinary people like us can hope for. An existence like an ancient immortal was no longer something that could be described as a legend. This was a myth, an illusory thing. Even in the scattered books passed down from the era of the ancient kings, the description of ancient immortals were very vague and mysterious. There was actually someone who could meet an ancient immortal in this era. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Congratulations! You have used the Immortal Technique voucher to successfully deduce the attack spell, Dao Life Sword. Congratulations! You have used the Immortal Technique voucher to successfully deduce the attack spell, Dao Life Sword. Dao Life Sword. The Dao birthed Qi from nothingness, turning Qi into sword principles. It can condense the principles of the great Dao, the power of Dharmic powers, and restrain all substances and living beings affected by the great Dao laws. It has the ability to destroy all things in the universe, and also the power to create all things in the universe. Only soul formation cultivators can cultivate it. The moment the deduction was successful, extremely mysterious scenes appeared in front of Kui Heng. Just like the last time he deduced the time saber. A ball of fog that had yet to open appeared in front of him. This seemed to be the beginning of everything, and also the end of everything. The world had yet to be established, and the great Tao had yet to be formed. Suddenly, the ball of fog seemed to have been attacked by some external force and instantly shattered into nothingness. However, there was an invisible law in the nothingness that was sorting out all of the chaos. Finally, a strange power was born in the void. It seemed to consist of nothing, but also seemed to encompass everything, like the most ordinary ball of energy, or the early stages of all great Tao. Suddenly, an incomparably dazzling light bloomed from this strange power, turning into a sword light that seemed to contain endless great Tao. It swept through the void, creating and destroying everything. This void kept evolving and expanding during the countless cycles of life and death. Finally, under a light that transcended everything, it exploded. Buzz. Kui Heng felt his vision go dark. The scene he had just seen had already disappeared, and his consciousness had returned to normal. However, his face was still filled with shock. What did I just see? The scene of the creation of the world and the birth of the universe? Or is that just the intent or concept of this immortal technique? This is too powerful. According to the scene he had just seen, the power of the immortal technique, Dao Life Sword, came from the source of the void before the birth of the universe. This origin was too great. Dao begets the sword, Dao begets all things, Tao destroys all things, Heng muttered as he slowly opened his palm. Then, a purple gold sword light appeared out of thin air. A power that was like the origin energy of the great Tao slowly spread, actually causing the great Tao laws in the Tao Palace to distort slightly. With my current dharmic powers and cultivation, this strike can instantly cause the entire star field to collapse. Even if I face a mid-stage soul formation cultivator of the same realm, as long as the other party doesn't have any defensive spells or dharma treasures of the same level, they will be severely injured on the spot. Other than destructive power, this immortal technique also has an extremely strong ability to create. With my current dharmic powers, I can create thousands of starry skies with a single slash. A special heavenly domain like the Heaven Realm can also be created at will. Heng could not help but sigh. This technique is indeed powerful. It is only possible to display this power without stirring up a phenomenon in the Grotto Heaven Tao Palace. If this sword light appeared in the outside world, the entire star sea would be alarmed. Moreover, this is only at the most elementary mastery level. It's not even at the true beginner level. There's still a lot of room for improvement. According to the description, if I can cultivate it to the peak, I should have the ability to create and destroy everything in the universe. It's really terrifying. He was still very satisfied with the results of this deduction. Not only did the Tao Life Sword have the power of destruction, but it also had the ability to create. It was far more comprehensive than the offensive spells he had originally mastered. Moreover, when he watched the birth of the Tao Life Sword, his cultivation had also increased to a certain extent, and his strength had increased a little. This could be said to be a pleasant surprise. Then, Heng put away the Tao Life Sword and stood up. He walked out of the Tao Palace and left the Grotto Heaven. This seclusion has come to an end. It's time to go out and take a look. The current Heaven Realm was far more prosperous than 200 years ago. As the cultivation path was on the right track, the battle for the great Tao between the many starfields ended, and the relationship between the starfields was no longer tense. Moreover, the barrier between the 6 starfields had been removed, and the different starfields were connected to each other. Therefore, the communication between the starfields became more and more frequent. Increased communication was the beginning of prosperity. Because the Heaven Realm was the place where all of these changes started and also where Heng was, it naturally became the center of the 6 starfields and the place where all the experts yearned to go. In the past 100 years, every expert who had stepped into the 10th realm of the immortal world would come to the Heaven Realm to travel, hoping to obtain further opportunities here. At the same time, a power called the Myriad Heaven's Samsara Palace was also rising at an extremely fast speed. This force was incomparably mysterious. No one knew its exact source, nor did anyone know how many members this force had. They only knew that in this faction, even experts who had stepped into the 3 true world realms and had already reached the Shattering Realm were still not top existences. There were even stronger experts. However, other than such top experts, there were also many weak disciples. Someone had even encountered a human immortal once who was not a reincarnator. But this only added to the mystery of the Myriad Heaven's Samsara Palace. No matter how strong or weak these reincarnators were, they had undying characteristics. Even if their bodies and souls were destroyed, they could return to the Myriad Heaven's Samsara Palace to revive. Even ordinary people who did not know any martial arts could be revived if they were members of the Myriad Heaven's Samsara Palace. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Such a strange and powerful characteristic made many experts of the 6 heavenly regions very afraid. Such a strange and powerful characteristic made many experts of the 6 heavenly regions very afraid. Of course, they also felt a little glad. At the very least, the people from the Myriad Heaven's Samsara Palace would only interfere in some seemingly unimportant matters. They had no intention of fighting for territory and orthodoxy. To most forces and experts, the Myriad Heaven's Samsara Palace was strong, but it would not bring them any substantial losses, so they were naturally too lazy to target it. In addition, there were also rumors that the Myriad Heaven's Samsara Palace was actually a force established by the Supreme Immortal Venerable of the Heaven Realm. Every member was similar to a spy who would investigate every corner of the myriad worlds and finally report it to the Supreme Immortal Venerable. This also made many experts with ill intentions settle down a lot. At the very least, before confirming that it was absolutely confidential, no one dared to really do anything. After all, the people from the Myriad Heavens Samsara Palace were known to be omnipresent. In fact, the Myriad Heavens Samsara Palace was indeed established by Kui Heng. This was originally only the product of his exploration of the path of cultivation when he first entered the soul formation realm. Now that hundreds of years of development had passed, its mechanisms and responsibilities had already been perfected. The greatest use of the current Myriad Heavens Samsara Palace was to help Kui Heng explore the various hidden places in the 6 star fields and collect various precious cultivation techniques and ancient books. Through the collection of these reincarnators, Kui Heng learned about the differences between the civilizations of the 6 star fields, the different encounters during key historical events, and so on. To him, this was very valuable information. It could help him understand the 6 star fields more comprehensively, and he could also understand the changes that had happened in various places in time to take countermeasures. Just as some people had guessed, this was indeed a huge intelligence network. However, it was not to monitor some people, but the entire 6 star fields. 1. After Kui Heng came out of the Grotto Heaven Dao Palace, the first thing he did was to browse through the various information stored in the Samsara world to see if there was anything worth paying attention to. Or was there Jiang Chich's whereabouts? After confirming that there were no problems, he returned to the Heaven Realm and arrived at Li Mingqiong's newly established Great Ju Imperial Palace. Kui Heng did not deliberately hide his aura. Therefore, as soon as he arrived at the palace, Li Mingqiong sensed his arrival and immediately came out to welcome him. Disciple greets master. Li Mingqiong bowed respectfully and said happily in her heart, Disciple hasn't listened to your teachings for more than 100 years. Haha. You've already walked a long way on the path of the country's luck. I don't have anything to guide you for the time being. Kui Heng smiled and said, when you bring these 9,000 heavenly regions into the territory of the Great Ju, you can look for me again. Disciple understands. What we lack now is hard work. Li Mingqiong led the way in front and arrived at a gorgeous reception hall. She smiled and said, Master, you specially came here today, so you must have something to arrange for me. You're still as smart as ever. Kui Heng nodded slightly when he heard this and smiled. I do have something for you to do. In a while, experts from the Tianqi Mansion will probably come here. At that time, you have to be prepared. If an expert from the Tianqi Mansion really comes, as long as that person is not a bore, he will definitely hide his identity and aura first and investigate the current situation of the 6 star fields. Moreover, the Heaven Realm is the core of the current 6 star fields. If that person wants to investigate, the Heaven Realm will definitely be his first choice. At that time, I will secretly guide that person to the Great Ju. After confirming that person's strength, I'll try my best to lure him into attacking. Then, as the Emperor of the Great Ju, you'll order the experts to subdue him. This way, it can greatly increase your prestige and the country's luck will increase greatly. Thank you, Master, for helping me cultivate. Li Mingqiong was pleasantly surprised. With her current speed, she really did not know how long it would take to integrate the 9,000 heavenly regions into the Great Ju Kingdom. As for whether she was being too arrogant by doing this, she did not consider this at all. In her opinion, since her master had suggested this idea, she naturally had full confidence. Moreover, what kind of existence was her master? It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was omnipotent. No matter how powerful an existence was, after encountering her master, they could only die on the spot. It was impossible for them to be a match for her master. You're my disciple. Although I won't directly help you increase your cultivation, I'll still help you cultivate. Kui Heng chuckled. Just wait quietly. It shouldn't take too long. Another 100 years passed. In the past 100 years, Kui Heng's comprehension of the Tao life sword had deepened a lot. His strength had become much stronger, but his cultivation realm had not increased much. To him, it was indeed very difficult to improve in this star sea. If not for the fact that the people from Tianqi Mansion had yet to arrive, he would have gone to the neighboring star seas to take a look. Finally, Kui Heng's eyes lit up on this day. He immediately put away the power of the Tao life sword and looked at the edge of the star sea. He chuckled and said, "They're here. This aura is the first level of the Shen Sea realm and 2 black hole realm experts. Could it be that the Tianqi mansion hasn't improved much after tens of millions of years? Such an important treasure like the 6 heaven gates map only attracted an expert at the first level of the Shen Sea realm. Do they not particularly care, or can they only send out such a lineup? Perhaps they actually have some hidden cards. I'll lure him into the heaven realm first. As for whether he'll be brought into the Great Dew in the end, it depends on his strength." Previously, when he said that he wanted to use the people from the Tianqi mansion to help Li Mingqiang increase her cultivation, it was actually not his only goal. What he really wanted to do was to fuse the great Tao laws cultivated by the experts of the Tianqi mansion into the great Tao laws of the heaven realm. In this way, he could use his in-depth communication with the heaven realm to analyze the great Tao laws of the Great Yang Holy Land in depth and understand the situation of the great Tao laws in advance. This method was more natural than directly analyzing the great Tao laws cultivated by the experts of Tianqi mansion. It could fully send out the cultivator's own influence on the great Tao laws. If he could fuse their Tao into the great Tao laws of the heaven realm and the territory of the Great Dew, it would make it easier for Kui Heng to analyze these great Tao laws. After all, Li Mingqiang's path of national luck actually came from him. In short, letting the experts of the Tianqi mansion's great Tao laws be extracted in the Great Dew could allow Kui Heng to understand the situation of Great Yang planet more easily. Of course, Kui Heng could also attack directly. It was impossible for a first-level Shen Sea realm cultivator to resist his power. However, if the other party had any secret techniques or secret treasures to save his life, it would be a huge loss if he escaped. This was also another reason to guide him to the Great Dew. Kui Heng had already set up a powerful trap at the border of the Great Dew. As long as this person tried to escape from the Great Dew, all kinds of spells would immediately burst out. There were also 2 immortal techniques: the Time Saber and Tao Life Sword. Great Yang planet was very far from the Silver Disk Star Sea. Even a Shen Sea realm expert like Tang Yuanshan spent more than 100 years reaching the edge of this star sea and seeing the mysterious central silver disk. As expected of the Silver Disk Star Sea, the silver disk in the middle is really mysterious. Tang Yuanshan sighed with emotion. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. "I hope it can cure my Tao injuries here. Zhongxian Yuan and the power of a heaven's favorite." Sigh. The 2 disciples behind him, Yang Qinghe and Qiu Haitang, were also staring at the star sea in front of them. However, the 2 of them frowned and said to Tang Yuanshan beside them, "Master, the great Tao laws in this star sea are very thin. There doesn't seem to be anything special about it. Is that person really there?" "That's right. I didn't feel any powerful fluctuations either. Did he use a supreme treasure to hide his aura? Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Tang Yuanshan listened to his 2 disciples' doubts and nodded. "You're right. The laws of this star sea are indeed extremely thin. From this point of view, it can only be considered an ordinary star sea. There's nothing special about it." Tang Yuanshan listened to his 2 disciples' doubts and nodded. "You're right. The laws of this star sea are indeed extremely thin. From this point of view, it can only be considered an ordinary star sea. There's nothing special about it." "Master, you mean," Yang Qinghe asked in surprise, "this star sea is actually not as simple as it looks? This is normal, right?" Qiu Haitang said at the side. "After all, there's a Shen Sea realm expert here. It's not surprising that there's something special about it. There are 2 reasons why the great Tao laws in this star sea are thin," Tang Yuanshan said in a low voice. "One is that most of the laws are already gathered in the central silver disk. The second is the oppression and refinement of this sea of stars by the 6 heaven gates diagram. In the past tens of millions of years, the laws in this sea of stars should have been refined by the 6 heaven gates diagram. Now, it has naturally become very thin. However, the more this is the case, the more we can't let our guard down. The thinner the great Tao laws are on the surface of this star sea, the more great Tao laws that have been refined by the 6 heaven gates diagram. Now that the 6 heaven gates diagram has been refined by someone, these refined great Tao laws are in that person's hands. This is enough for that person to have extremely powerful strength. In addition, it's said that this star sea was originally the remnant of an ancient holy land after it was destroyed. Perhaps the expert who refined the 6 heaven gates diagram obtained the inheritance of the ancient holy land. This also explains why he was able to refine the 6 heaven gates diagram. Although the 6 heaven gates diagram was one of the 3 supreme treasures of the Tianqi prefecture, no one had been able to refine it for many years. It was because they had lost the refinement method. As long as one grasped the method to refine the 6 heaven gates diagram or knew some techniques that could be used to refine the 6 heaven gates diagram bit by bit, they could refine this supreme treasure. It did not necessarily require much strength. Even an ordinary first-level Shen Si realm cultivator could do it. This was also one of the reasons why Chen Tianxia decided to send someone over to investigate the situation. After hearing Tang Yuanshan's words, Yang Qinghe and Qiu Haitang's expressions became solemn, and they put away the trace of contempt that grew in their hearts. "Master, then what should we do next?" Yang Qinghe asked solemnly. "Be careful, and be more alert. You can't be rash." Tang Yuanshan stared at the star sea in front of him and said in a low voice, "This star sea looks weak on the surface, but there must be unknown dangers hidden inside. We have to be careful. All of you will condense an incarnation of the shattering realm. I will also split out an incarnation and bring your incarnations to this star sea to investigate the basic situation." He did not intend to use his main body to enter this star sea at all. In his opinion, it would be too dangerous to use his main body directly. He would even fall into a very passive situation. It was safer to use his incarnation to investigate first. Yang Qinghe and Qiu Haitang had long understood their master's personality and were not surprised by this decision. Hence, the two of them skillfully sent out an incarnation of the shattering realm and stood beside Tang Yuanshan. Then, Tang Yuanshan's figure suddenly became blurry. A human-shaped outline spread out from his body and finally condensed into a person identical to him. This was the incarnation of Tang Yuanshan. Moreover, unlike Yang Qinghe and Qiu Haitang's incarnation, his incarnation did not weaken at all. It still retained the cultivation of the first level of the Shen Si realm. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Thinking of this, he suddenly laughed again. The universe is huge, and the starry skies are vast. There are indeed all kinds of strange things. This kind of method of superimposing many layers of incarnations on oneself is simply unheard of. It's really magical. How did he do it? Thinking of this, he suddenly laughed again. The universe is huge, and the starry skies are vast. There are indeed all kinds of strange things. This kind of method of superimposing many layers of incarnations on oneself is simply unheard of. It's really magical. How did he do it? This person is incomparably cautious. If he senses danger, he might directly let his main body escape. It's hard to guarantee that he doesn't have any secret treasures or techniques to escape with. This means that I can't fuse his great Tao laws into the heaven realm and study them. I have to think of a way to lure his main body over. This requires a bait. There are residual Tao injuries on his body. Even the overlapping incarnations he sent out have Tao injuries. This has clearly affected his life source. The power of this Tao injury is a little strange. It's clearly only at the Shen Si realm, but it contains the characteristics of a higher realm, preventing the power of the Shen Si realm from being enough to remove it. Could it be the power of the so-called ancient kings? Is there such an existence on the great Yang planet? However, since he came here with a Tao injury, it means that he can't get rid of it. If he encounters an opportunity to treat his Tao injuries, he most likely won't be able to hold back. He will have to let his main body descend to seek a chance to treat his Tao injuries. At that time, it will be the best opportunity to attack. In the myriad heavens Samsara Palace, on an incomparably wide white jade square, 3 purple gold pillars of light descended from the sky. Then, A figure walked out of each pillar of light. One of them was Wang Daoyi, and the other two were Heavenly Venerate Shi and Lu Qingzhu. The three of them originally had a huge hatred for each other. However, after Kui Heng's mediation, they could already get along well. Coupled with the high-intensity missions issued by the Myriad Heavens Samsara Palace, they had to cooperate. Now, the three of them rarely fall out. However, when they were not performing missions, they still ignored each other and did their own things. This time, they had just completed an extremely difficult mission and the rewards they received were quite generous. They were about to exchange for some rewards to assist their cultivation. But at this moment, a familiar loud voice suddenly sounded. A temporary mission has been issued. Please be prepared immediately. You will be teleported to the Heaven Realm in 15 minutes. Experts have come from outside the Star Sea. You only need to lure them to the Great Dew and you can complete the mission. Rewards. In order to ensure the success of the mission, temporary right to use the 6 Heavenly Gates diagram has been granted. As soon as the words rang out, a huge painting appeared out of thin air in the sky above the square and slowly landed in front of Wang Daoyi. Immediately after, the phantoms of 6 doors of light appeared around the painting. An incomparably mysterious power immediately expanded and enveloped Wang Daoyi. A portion of the power in the 6 Heavenly Gates diagram fused into Wang Daoyi's body, directly allowing his cultivation realm to break through the current shackles and reach the first Xianxi realm. His strength increased countless times in an instant. However, Wang Daoyi did not have much joy on his face. Instead, his expression was very solemn. He turned to look at Heavenly Venerate Shi and Lu Qingzhu and said in a low voice, "I'm afraid the Qianqi Mansion has sent someone to look for us." Heavenly Venerate Shi and Lu Qingzhu fell silent when they heard this, and a trace of panic flashed across their eyes. Clearly, even though they had left Great Yang Planet for a long time, the foundation and strength of the Qianqi Mansion still left a deep impression in their hearts. If it's someone from the Qianqi Mansion, why didn't Immortal Kui capture them himself? Lu Qingzhu couldn't help but say, with Immortal Kui's strength, even if Mansion Lord Chen comes personally, he can only lie down and be captured obediently. It's also possible that it's to ensure that nothing goes wrong, Heavenly Venerate Shi guessed. Moreover, it's also possible that he wants us to lure them into the Great Dew to help that Empress cultivate. If the person who came is Tang Yuanshan, it's normal for Immortal Kui to do this, Wang Daoyi said in a low voice. The secret technique that Tang Yuanshan cultivates is very strange. He can split into many incarnations that are completely identical to him. No one can tell which is his main body and which is his incarnation. Immortal Kui should want us to lure Tang Yuanshan's main body over. The bait should be this 6 Heaven Gates diagram. 1. Can we really lure him over with just the 6 Heaven Gates diagram? Lu Qingzhu said doubtfully. He should have come to find this supreme treasure. He'd just arrived in this star sea. If we directly reveal the aura of the 6 Heaven Gates diagram, it will be too obvious. It's clear that it's a trap. The 6 Heaven Gates diagram was bestowed by Exalted Immortal. I can't hide its aura either, Wang Daoyi said. Perhaps this is what Exalted Immortal wants. Lu Qingzhu fell silent when she heard this. Then, she smiled and said, I believe Immortal Kui has his own deeper intentions. He must have his reasons for doing this. She actually changed her words. Wang Daoyi was stunned by Lu Qingzhu's change in attitude. Then, he shook his head and said, Actually, you're right. Since Exalted Immortal has already made arrangements, we just have to do as he says. Exalted Immortal must have a reason for doing this. Clang. At this moment, a familiar bell rang. What followed was the extremely loud notification. It's time. Begin teleportation to the Heaven Realm. Tang Yuanshan brought Yang Qinghe and Qiu Haitang to the Heaven Realm. The reason was very simple. He clearly felt the traces of the power of the Qianqi Mansion's secret technique and the 6 Heaven Gates diagram in the Heaven Realm. At the same time, this was also the place where the highest level power in the entire Starsea was gathered. The expert who had refined the 6 Heaven Gates diagram was most likely here. Moreover, this was also the place that was most closely related to the central Silver Disk world. Perhaps he could find a way to treat his Dao injuries here. After arriving at the Heaven Realm, Tang Yuanshan and the other two quickly learned of Kui Heng's existence and roughly understood the changes in the Heaven Realm and the 6 star domains in the past few hundred years. After understanding this much, they no longer needed to continue investigating. Kui Heng was definitely the mysterious expert who had refined the 6 Heaven Gates diagram. According to what we know, the 6 Heaven Gates diagram was refined more than 100 years ago. Tang Yuanshan said in a low voice, in such a short period of time, Kui Heng shouldn't have been able to figure out the offensive effect of the 6 Heaven Gates diagram. It shouldn't have much effect on his actual combat strength. In the eyes of a top martial cultivator like him, who had already lived his 8th life, a mere 100 years was too short. It was like the time taken for a nap. It was not worth mentioning at all. At his realm, it was extremely difficult to improve even a little bit. A minor improvement would definitely consume tens of thousands of years. It would also take a lot of time to master any new martial techniques or the effect of some secret treasure. Under such a timescale, a mere 100 years was not worth mentioning at all, nor could it obtain any effective improvement. Master, should we hurry up and find Kui Heng? Yang Qinghe asked. No. Tang Yuanshan shook his head and said, there's no hurry. Let's understand Kui Heng well first. We'll attack when we know everything and are completely confident. Master is right. Qiu Haitang nodded and said, this is an unfamiliar place to us after all. We're new here, so it's better to investigate the situation first. Next, we'll act separately and go in different directions to inquire about the situation, Tang Yuanshan arranged. We have to take 300 years to understand this world and Kui Heng. This Kui Heng's strength is extraordinary. We have to be careful, extremely careful. Don't alert the enemy. Wait, this power aura. My Dao injuries can be healed. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Tang Yuanshan knew very well that the Dao injury he suffered was caused by an extremely special power. Tang Yuanshan knew very well that the Dao injury he suffered was caused by an extremely special power. This was the power from a certain great Dao origin energy. Legend had it that it was a special technique obtained by Zhongxian Yuan after encountering the ancient immortal. It became stronger and stronger as his cultivation realm increased. Although this kind of Dao injury would not directly kill him, it could directly end his current life and prevent him from living a 9th life. To a Xianxi realm expert like Tang Yuanshan, who had lived for a long time, he clearly had another lifetime to live, but he could only watch helplessly as he waited for death. This feeling was too uncomfortable. Therefore, ever since he suffered a Dao injury, he had been thinking of ways to treat it. He had even asked for help from a top expert at the peak of the Xianxi realm. However, the answer he received was that it was incurable. At first, he thought that these experts did not want to offend the god Desolation Valley because of him. Later on, an expert could not help but tell him that the Dao injury left behind by Zhongxian Yuan was extremely deep. It was probably only possible to remove it with the power of the ancient kings. In this era, experts at the level of the ancient kings had long disappeared. It was impossible to find them. Their only hope was the supreme treasures passed down from the primordial era. However, ancient king supreme treasures, tools, or weapons had different uses. Not every ancient king supreme treasure could heal his Dao injuries. Only some supreme treasures that could assist in cultivation, nourish the body and soul, or even directly increase one's combat strength could have the ability to heal such injuries. After learning of this situation, the first thing Tang Yuanshan thought of was his Tianqi Mansion's supreme treasure, the 6 Heaven Gates diagram. The effect of this supreme treasure was to assist in cultivation and help break through cultivation shackles and strengthen the body and soul. With the effect of this supreme treasure, he might really be able to heal his Dao injuries. To Tang Yuanshan, this was undoubtedly good news, but it was also bad news. After all, the 6 Heaven Gates map had been stolen by the rebel, Tai Hong, tens of millions of years ago. Its whereabouts were still unknown. Even the elder who went to look for the 6 Heaven Gates diagram had died. At the same time, this allowed Tang Yuanshan to guess the possible reason why Zhongxian Yuan wanted to leave a Dao injury on him. It was probably to verify if the Six Heaven Gates diagram was still in Tianqi Mansion. If he could not get rid of the Dao injuries in time, it would be equivalent to saying that the Tianqi Mansion no longer had the Six Heaven Gates diagram. This would cause a huge blow to the prestige of the entire Tianqi Mansion, and it would also make many forces restless. A series of troubles would follow. Therefore, the pressure Tang Yuanshan was under was huge. This was also the reason why he decided to take the risk to come to the Silver Disk Star Sea. He knew very well that this might be his last chance. However, Tang Yuanshan originally thought that he would have to experience some twists and turns this time. The process would definitely not be simple, and he might even face huge risks. It was precisely for this reason that he stepped into this star sea. It was actually the incarnation of his incarnation. He had set up a total of 3 layers to avoid as much risk as possible. After all, the expert who refined the Six Heaven Gates diagram was definitely not simple. Even if he had yet to completely grasp the use of this ancient King's supreme treasure, he must have already grasped a portion of it. His strength could not be underestimated. However, he never expected to sense the power of the Six Heaven Gates diagram as soon as he arrived at the core of this star sea. And it was so dense and clear. There was finally hope for his Dao injuries. This was Tang Yuanshan's first reaction. However, the cautious him calmed down in the next moment and thought to himself, no, that's too wrong. This is too much of a coincidence. I just came here and the aura and power of the Six Heaven Gates diagram have already appeared. This is clearly a trap. He has already discovered me. After realizing this, the surprise on Tang Yuanshan's face immediately faded, and his expression became gloomy. The current situation was completely beyond his expectations. How did he get discovered directly? Yang Qinghe and Qiu Haitang noticed the strange expression on Tang Yuanshan's face. They wanted to ask if something was wrong, but before they could speak, they felt an extremely oppressive aura that made them shut their mouths. It was Tang Yuanshan who stopped them. At this moment, Tang Yuanshan was carefully judging the source of the aura of the Six Heaven Gates diagram and the aura beside this power. It was an aura that he felt a little familiar with. This is Wang Daoyi? Tang Yuanshan was extremely surprised. He had already recognized the aura beside the power of the Six Heaven Gates diagram. It was actually Wang Daoyi, who had left the great Yang planet tens of millions of years ago and came to this silver starry sea to search for the Six Heaven Gates diagram. Wang Daoyi was actually still alive. Moreover, from the connection between their auras, the power of the Six Heaven Gates diagram was completely controlled by Wang Daoyi. This meant that the mysterious expert who had refined the Six Heaven Gates diagram was very likely him. This discovery surprised and delighted Tang Yuanshan. He thought to himself, could it be that the news of Wang Daoyi's death 300 years ago was just a mistake in the soul lamp's perception? Actually, it was because he had begun to refine the Six Heaven Gates diagram that his life force was disturbed and the soul lamp mistakenly thought that he had died. If that was really the case, it was definitely great news for him. Once Wang Daoyi refined the Six Heaven Gate diagram, it meant that Tianqi Prefecture had finally taken back this ancient King's supreme treasure. He could also let Wang Daoyi activate the power of the Six Heaven Gate diagram to help him remove his Dao injuries. Thank you for reading on my box novel. However, this joy did not last long. Tang Yuanshan quickly woke up and thought to himself, that's not right. What if Wang Daoyi's heart is no longer with Tianqi Mansion? In the end, he has already been away for tens of millions of years. He has been here for too long. However, this joy did not last long. Tang Yuanshan quickly woke up and thought to himself, that's not right. What if Wang Daoyi's heart is no longer with Tianqi Mansion? In the end, he has already been away for tens of millions of years. He has been here for too long. For such a long time, most of the disciples and even elders of Tianqi Mansion had forgotten about this former elder Daoyi. Wang Daoyi had stayed outside over 10 million years. How much recognition could he have for his identity as an elder of Tianqi Mansion? He might not even treat himself as a disciple of Tianqi Mansion anymore. He might even be worried that I'm representing the Qianqi mansion to capture him and take back the 6 heaven gates diagram. Tang Yuanshan's eyes flickered as thoughts kept spinning in his mind. But why did he take the initiative to reveal the power of the 6 heaven gates diagram? Is he taking the initiative to discuss with me? For a moment, he fell into deep thought, unable to make up his mind. To me, who is currently covered in Dao injuries, finding the 6 heaven gates diagram and relying on the power of this ancient King Supreme treasure to treat my Dao injuries is definitely the most important thing. Tang Yuanshan kept thinking in his heart, this is not only my own matter, but also related to the judgment of the God Desolation Valley on the current situation of Qianqi Mansion. If I delay it for too long, it will definitely arouse the suspicion of Zhongxianyuan and even the God Desolation Valley. At that time, Qianqi Mansion might be in danger. But if I go to see Wang Daoyi like this, won't it be too dangerous? He has been away from the great Yang planet for tens of millions of years. He has already refined the 6 heaven gates diagram and from his aura, he has already reached the Shen Sea realm. Although his mystic sea realm has obvious traces of being stimulated, and he should have forcefully obtained an increase with the help of the 6 heaven gates diagram, and his strength should be weaker than ordinary Shen Sea realm experts and even further inferior to mine, it's different if he grasps a portion of the 6 heaven gates diagram's power. Should I take this risk? But if I don't go up and take this risk, how will my Dao injuries be healed? How will I face the test of Zhongxianyuan? For a moment, Tang Yuanshan's heart fell into a state similar to a battle between gods. He was hesitant. Actually, in his heart, he wanted to go over and ask Wang Daoyi clearly, but his usually cautious personality made him feel that this was not safe and was filled with danger. It was a very contradictory situation. Qinghe, Haitang. Tang Yuanshan looked at the 2 disciples beside him and said in a low voice, do you think I'm being too cautious? If I'm too cautious, will I let go of many opportunities or cause some disaster? Yang Qinghe and Qiu Haitang were slightly stunned when they heard this. Then, they fell into deep thought. This was not an easy question to answer. When Tang Yuanshan saw his 2 disciples' reaction, he already had an answer in his heart. He shook his head and chuckled. I heard that when mortals grow old, they always like to do things that don't match their previous style. Perhaps I'm already old. This trip to the Silver Disk Star Sea was originally a risky matter. Now that the clues are right in front of us, I'm starting to be overcautious. How laughable. Forget it. Forget it. After being cautious for so many lifetimes, it's indeed time to take a risk. Since he took the initiative to reveal his aura, I'll take the risk to go over and meet him. After some psychological struggle, Tang Yuanshan had already made up his mind to meet Wang Daoyi and ask him what he wanted to do. Of course, this so-called risk was not his main body going over. It was still the incarnation. If he really sensed danger, he would still let his main body escape immediately. However, at this moment, a purple-gold light suddenly lit up in the sky. In the next moment, it had already arrived at a mountain peak not far from Tang Yuanshan. This person had an ancient appearance and wore an ancient robe. He stood on the mountain peak and looked down at the 3 people below. He smiled and said, Elder Tang, you're still so cautious. I've already taken the initiative to display the power aura of the 6 heaven gates diagram, but I still have to come over personally. I really didn't expect that there would be a day when I would be feared by Elder Tang. It was Wang Daoyi. He came straight to look for Tang Yuanshan. Elder Daoyi, long time no see. Tang Yuanshan's expression did not change in the face of Wang Daoyi's mockery. He cupped his hands and smiled. I didn't expect you to really find the 6 heaven gates diagram and refine it. Elder Tang, I won't say much to you. Wang Daoyi's body emitted a faint light. This was the power of the 6 heaven gates diagram. I know why you're here. I'm sure you've already guessed my attitude. You really want to betray the Qianqi mansion for the 6 heaven gates diagram? Tang Yuanshan's expression darkened, and his gaze became cold. Have you thought of the consequences? Elder Tang, please don't make wild guesses. I never said that I wanted to betray Qianqi Mansion. Wang Daoyi waved his hand and said, I'm still very grateful to Qianqi Mansion, but I don't want to return for the time being, nor do I want to return the 6 heaven gates diagram. Of course, The Tianqi mansion has done me a favor after all. If there's anything you need to use the 6 heaven gates diagram for, you can look for me at any time. I'll naturally help you. Moreover, I, Wang Daoyi, should already be a dead man in the eyes of Tianqi mansion. As long as Elder Tang doesn't say anything, no one will know that I refined the 6 heaven gates diagram. You want to use the power of the 6 heaven gates diagram to bribe me? Tang Yuanshan immediately understood Wang Daoyi's plan, and he also understood why Wang Daoyi took the initiative to display the power of the 6 heaven gates diagram. What bribe? Wang Daoyi shook his head and said with a smile, this is a mutually beneficial transaction. I'll help you, and you'll help me. Why not? Moreover, with Elder Tang's caution, you actually crossed the starry sky to come here. The Dao injury in your body can't be delayed anymore, right? I didn't expect you to already have such eyesight. The assistance given by the 6 heaven gates diagram is really powerful. Tang Yuanshan's face was as dark as water. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly said, are you really confident in treating my Dao injuries? 1. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Wang Daoyi laughed loudly. Then, he transformed into a stream of light and returned to the Great Dew. His voice floated over with the wind. I can wait, but you can't. Tang Yuanshan looked in the direction Wang Daoyi left and fell silent. Master, this person is too arrogant. Yang Qinghe said angrily. Master, what are your plans? Qiu Haitang was much calmer. She could already tell that her master was hesitating. Let me think for a moment. Tang Yuanshan closed his eyes and began another round of internal struggle again. Qiu Haitang was right. He was indeed starting to hesitate. Now, he was completely certain that the person who had refined the 6 heaven gates diagram was Wang Daoyi. Otherwise, Wang Daoyi would definitely not be so confident. At the same time, he also figured out Wang Daoyi's goal. It was to reach a deal with him so that he could safely possess the 6 heaven gates diagram and not be targeted by the Tianqi mansion. And the biggest choice he had to face now was whether to look for Wang Daoyi to treat his Dao injuries. That was because his main body had to be present if he wanted to treat his Dao injuries. He could not use an incarnation. This meant an extremely huge risk. Actually, Kui Heng's goal in arranging for Wang Daoyi to lure Tang Yuanshan over was very simple. It was to make Tang Yuanshan think that the person who refined the 6 heaven gates diagram was Wang Daoyi. It was not some other mysterious expert. As the Grand Elder of Tianqi Prefecture, Tang Yuanshan had already reached the Xianxi realm when Wang Daoyi entered the sect. His vigilance towards Wang Daoyi would definitely be weaker than against an unknown expert. In addition, he had to make Tang Yuanshan believe that Wang Daoyi had a favor to ask of him and had enough reason to help him with his Dao injuries. It was not a deliberate trap. This could sufficiently lower Tang Yuanshan's vigilance and destroy the psychological defense in his subconscious, allowing him to gradually lean towards Wang Daoyi to treat his injuries. And Wang Daoyi was in the Great Dew. After hesitating for 3 years, Tang Yuanshan finally made a decision. Layers of overlapping phantoms suddenly appeared on his figure, as if he had instantly become much more corporeal. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Tang Yuanshan was already using his main body and no longer in the state of an incarnation. Tang Yuanshan was already using his main body and no longer in the state of an incarnation. He had already made up his mind to look for Wang Daoyi to treat his Dao injuries. As for Kui Heng, in Tang Yuanshan's opinion, he should be Wang Daoyi's fake identity. After all, Wang Daoyi had died 300 years ago. The information about Kui Heng from the Heaven Realm also originated from 300 years ago. It was a perfect match in terms of time. However, Tang Yuanshan's decision still surprised his 2 disciples. Yang Qinghe could not help but ask, Master, aren't we going to continue investigating the situation? That Wang Daoyi might not be trustworthy. Qiu Haitang nodded and said, that's right, Master. What if Wang Daoyi used the excuse of a transaction to set up a trap? I've thought about all of this. Tang Yuanshan sighed and shook his head gently. But I have no choice. Even if it's really a trap ahead, I can only give it a try. Moreover, from Wang Daoyi's previous performance, He should indeed want to make a deal with me. From his perspective, there's no reason for him to deal with me. There's no irreconcilable conflict between us. Moreover, I can't wait any longer to heal my Dao injuries. I have to recover as soon as possible. Otherwise, while the matter of my lifespan is minor, Tianqi Mansion might be in danger. The current Tianqi Mansion can't afford to be targeted by the God Desolation Valley. At this point, Tang Yuanshan paused and smiled bitterly. I can't use my incarnation to go over now. Otherwise, I'll seem to be suspicious of him and cause the deal that might have been reached to collapse. I can only go over like this. Wang Daoyi is plotting openly. He's targeting my wishful thinking and my intention to ask for a chance of survival. He might even have sensed that Tianqi Mansion is in danger. He's really amazing. Why didn't I discover that he had such ability in the past? He knows that Master is desperate to treat your Dao injuries. Yang Qinghe gritted his teeth and said, "How shameless." "No matter what, I'll accompany Master," Qiu Haitang said in a low voice. "I'll also use my main body to go over. If that Wang Daoyi really has evil intentions, I can help you." With that, her figure suddenly condensed, and she returned to her main body from her incarnation state. Her cultivation realm directly recovered from the shattering realm to the black hole realm. When Yang Qinghe saw this, he also returned to his main body after a moment of silence and nodded. "Disciple is also willing to come." Tang Yuanshan looked at the two of them deeply and sighed. "Let's go." In the Heaven Observation Hall of the Great Ju Imperial Palace. This was a place used by the Great Ju to investigate the sudden phenomenon in the entire country. At this moment, Kui Heng was monitoring the abnormality in the entire star sea. A huge light screen floated in the middle of the Heaven Observation Hall. It displayed the situation of Tang Yuanshan and his two disciples. Their expressions and conversation were clearly displayed on this light screen. Li Mingqiang stood beside Kui Heng and looked at the scene on the light screen. She could not help but sigh softly and say, "Tang Yuanshan is at his wit's end. A dignified Shen-Si realm expert actually dares to take a risk and try his luck. The reason why this plan can succeed is because he has hopes that he could get lucky." Kui Heng nodded slightly and stared at the scene displayed on the light screen. He smiled and said, "I don't intend to kill him." "Master has changed your mind?" Li Mingqiang asked in surprise. Kui Heng had made many arrangements earlier to kill the chasing troops from Tianqi Mansion. He has no intention of starting a dispute, nor does he have any intention of harming the living beings in this star sea. There's indeed no need to kill him. Kui Heng smiled and suddenly looked up. Moreover, a new target has arrived. A new target? Li Mingqiang was stunned when she heard this. Then, she said with a solemn expression, "Master, do you mean that a new expert has arrived outside the star sea?" "That's right." Kui Heng nodded slightly and said, "This person's hostility is not small." Outside the silver disk star sea, a figure wrapped in golden light flew over from the depths of the distant starry sky. His figure was incomparably huge and ostentatious. He flew through the starry sky, leaving behind long traces of light and shadows. It was like a river of stars flowing in the dark universe, stretching across the void for hundreds of billions of miles. When this river of stars flowed outside the silver disk star sea, the star clusters at the edge of the star sea all trembled. Millions of stars flickered, as if they could be destroyed at any time. However, the power of this river of stars did not last long. The trail of light and shadow quickly dissipated. An incomparably huge figure quickly shrank to the size of an ordinary person. This was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s. His appearance was handsome and filled with dignity. He was wearing a golden feathered robe with a three-legged bird pattern embroidered on the cuffs. His entire body emitted an extremely noble aura. As junior brother Zhong expected, the 6 heaven gates diagram is here. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth curled up slightly as he sneered. "Tang Yuanshan, that idiot. Do you really think our God Desolation Valley didn't realize that the 6 heaven gates diagram is no longer in Tianqi Mansion? They're hiding it so carefully because they're worried that our God Desolation Valley will covet their remaining 2 ancient King Supreme treasures? What a frog at the bottom of a well. They don't know the true value of the 6 heaven gates diagram at all. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. But this is normal. If they really knew the true powers of the 6 heaven gates diagram, they wouldn't have lost it. Fortunately, junior brother is wise and predicted that they would find the 6 heaven gates diagram to treat their grandelder's Tao injury. But this is normal. If they really knew the true powers of the 6 heaven gates diagram, they wouldn't have lost it. Fortunately, junior brother is wise and predicted that they would find the 6 heaven gates diagram to treat their grandelder's Tao injury. From now on, the 6 heaven gates diagram belongs to my god Desolation Valley. After mocking the other party for a while, he transformed into a golden river of starlight again and surged towards the silver disk star sea. He crossed the void and rushed towards the heaven realm. Unlike Tang Yuanshan, who was extremely careful when he came, this middle-aged man did not even hide his aura or pressure, let alone his strength. He swaggered over. When Tang Yuanshan arrived in the Great Ju, Wang Daoyi had already received Kui Heng's notice. He could just follow the original plan and treat Tang Yuanshan's Tao injuries. To Wang Daoyi, this plan was not any different. His original mission was to lure Tang Yuanshan to the Great Ju. Now, the additional task was just to treat his Tao injuries. However, this special instructions confused him. He had a feeling that something big was going to happen. However, after some thought, Wang Daoyi realized that he knew too little and could not guess anything, so he simply stopped thinking about it. After all, even if something major happened, it would be handled by immortal Kui. He was only a tenant in the myriad heavens Samsara palace. Why think so much? He just had to perform his tasks well. Hence, as soon as Tang Yuanshan arrived, Wang Daoyi walked out. He said very warmly, "Grand Elder, you're so bold. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Aren't you worried that this is a trap? I naturally believe in the disciples of Tianqi Mansion." Tang Yuanshan smiled. He did not say anything about his previous dilemma, nor did he say that he had taken a risk to come. Instead, he emphasized the identity of Wang Daoyi as a disciple of Tianqi Mansion. Ha, that's right. Wang Daoyi laughed loudly when he heard this. He nodded and said, "Elder Tang is right. Since we're both disciples of Tianqi Mansion, we should help each other even more. I'll use the power of the 6 heaven gates diagram to help you heal your Tao injuries, while you hide my identity and the whereabouts of the 6 heaven gates diagram from Tianqi Mansion. It's mutually beneficial. Isn't that wonderful?" Ha, that's true. Tang Yuanshan nodded and said with a smile, "I wonder if Elder Yi is ready? I've been waiting for a long time. I was only waiting for Elder Tang to come over and we can begin the treatment." Wang Daoyi nodded slightly, and the phantom of 6 doors of light immediately appeared around his body. He smiled and said, "As long as I activate the power of the 6 heaven gates diagram, I can immediately eliminate that injury." "Thank you." Tang Yuanshan cupped his hands and thanked Wang Daoyi sincerely. Then, he sat down cross-legged and said in a low voice, "Please begin." "Yes." Wang Daoyi nodded. Then, he further activated the power of the 6 heaven gates diagram and let the power of the great Tao laws contained in it envelop Tang Yuanshan's entire body and began to remove the Tao injuries in Tang Yuanshan's body. The moment the power of the 6 heaven gates diagram came into contact with the injury, Kui Heng, who was in the Great Ju Imperial City, immediately sensed it and found the strangeness of the injury. Some of the power characteristics in this injury actually gave him a familiar feeling. What kind of power is this? It seems to be some kind of power that has been sublimated to the extreme. Kui Heng raised his eyebrows slightly and sensed carefully again. The expression on his face immediately became strange. "It's actually the spiritual aura contained in the fruits in my grotto heaven." This power is no longer the original spiritual aura. Instead, it has been mixed with many powers and sublimated countless levels. No wonder I didn't recognize it at first. However, the foundation of this Tao injury is still that spiritual aura. Has anyone on Great Yang Planet obtained the fruits I planted? Is it one of the 2 people who entered the beginner's space in the 150 years after Mingqiong and Qingshu left? Is it the one I've seen before, Or the one I haven't seen before? Moreover, the essence of the fruits I planted is not high. How did they sublimate into their current state? They actually used this as a foundation to form such a powerful force, leaving behind incurable Dao injuries for Xianxi realm experts. What changes have happened that I don't understand? For a moment, many doubts appeared in his heart. He could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. Thinking of this, Kui Heng looked up outside the heaven realm again and stared at the surging golden starlight. He thought to himself, perhaps this person knows something about the situation. After being enveloped by the power of the 6 heaven gates diagram, Tang Yuanshan felt that he had fallen into a strange state. His entire body was numb. The power of the Dao injury that was originally like a maggot was being stripped away bit by bit, and the damage to his body and soul was quickly recovering. Clearly, the 6 heaven gates diagram was very effective in healing Dao injuries. However, while receiving treatment, Tang Yuanshan also felt that he saw many strange images. They seemed to be the influence of figures or monsters. He could not see them clearly, let alone know what they were. However, the feeling of seeing these images was deeply imprinted in his mind, making it impossible for him to forget. After Wang Daoyi finished his treatment, Tang Yuanshan left the state of being enveloped by the power of the 6 heaven gates diagram. Those strange images were still flickering in his mind, making him feel a little dazed. Yang Qinghe and Qiu Haitang, who were standing at the side, saw that something was wrong with Tang Yuanshan's situation. Their expressions immediately changed, and they immediately became serious. Their gazes towards Wang Daoyi became incomparably cautious. However, Wang Daoyi knew nothing about this. He also noticed Tang Yuanshan's state and could not help but frown slightly. He said in a low voice, "Elder Tang, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Tang Yuanshan came back to his senses slightly and waved his hand to dismiss his 2 disciples. He shook his head gently and said, "I'm fine. Perhaps the power of the 6 heaven gates diagram is too mysterious and gave me some strange experiences. I still have to thank Elder Daoyi. My Dao injuries are already." Boom. At this moment, an earth-shattering bang instantly spread throughout the entire heaven realm. The ground suddenly trembled violently, interrupting Tang Yuanshan. What's going on? Tang Yuanshan hurriedly turned to look at the sky. What happened? Wang Daoyi also raised his head and looked up. Then, his eyes widened as he said in shock, "The Star Brilliance River? Is this an expert from the God Desolation Valley?" At this moment, everyone in the heaven realm saw a golden river of starlight forcefully barge into the heaven realm and shatter the sky of the heaven realm. It made the sky shatter, the ground shake, the mountains tremble, and the rivers boil. The moment the golden river surged in, the entire heaven realm fell into an apocalyptic situation. To most people, this was simply more terrifying than the battle 300 years ago. In the next moment, after this incomparably bright and dazzling river of golden starlight rushed into the heaven realm, every living being in the heaven realm saw an incomparably noble figure appear in the sky. It was the middle-aged man who had transformed into a river of starlight and arrived at the silver disk star sea. He stood in the sky with the golden light that covered the entire heaven realm behind him, as if a supreme existence that ruled over everything had descended here. Buzz! Buzz! Accompanied by the trembling sound of the void, every corner of the heaven realm seemed to have ignited with invisible flames, and the temperature suddenly increased greatly. At the same time, 10 three-legged birds appeared behind the middle-aged man. Every three-legged bird emitted endless light and heat, as if thousands of stars had gathered. "I am Divine Lord Sang-mu from the God Desolation Valley of the Great Yang Holy Land. I have descended here today only for the 6 heaven gates diagram. Please hand over this treasure quickly, to avoid losing your precious life. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Divine Lord Sang-mu's voice resounded in every corner of the heaven realm. All the living beings heard his words and knew his goal. Divine Lord Sang-mu's voice resounded in every corner of the heaven realm. All the living beings heard his words and knew his goal. However, to most people in the heaven realm, these words were a little confusing. What was the Great Yang Holy Land and the 6 heaven gates diagram? What was this mysterious expert talking about? They knew nothing. However, these words sounded different for those experts who stood at the peak of the heaven realm. These words caused a storm in their hearts. After the 6 heaven gates disappeared more than 100 years ago, these top experts knew that their original cultivation path was wrong and understood the truth of the 12 heaven gate realms. At the same time, they realized that the 6 heaven gates were actually the manifestation of the power of a supreme treasure. And this supreme treasure was in the hands of the mysterious expert who had pacified the Scarlet Calamity 300 years ago. That was an unparalleled expert who stood above everything. Now, there was actually someone who openly expressed that he wanted to snatch that supreme treasure. This was clearly a declaration of war against that supreme expert. How audacious! However, the power and pressure displayed by Divine Lord Sang-mu was indeed powerful. Especially the 10 three-legged birds dancing behind him, they released extremely terrifying light and heat. Facing the power released by these 10 three-legged birds in the sky, even an expert equivalent to the Shattering Realm had no chance of resisting. They would only be suppressed and could not resist at all. At this moment, Li Mingqiong, Pei Qingshu, Hui Shi, the yellow-scarved strongman, Zheng Nanxuan, and the other experts of the Heaven Realm could not help but look up. This expert who called himself Divine Lord Sang-mu was indeed arrogant. From his words just now, it was obvious that he did not take the people of the Heaven Realm seriously at all. He could even be said to be absolutely unrestrained. He directly caused the fear and shock of countless people in the Heaven Realm. However, in their eyes, they only felt that he was a little ridiculous. He was courting death. They knew very well who the 6 heaven gates diagram belonged to now. This Divine Lord Sang-mu from the Great Yang Holy Land actually dared to speak so arrogantly. He was simply courting death. At this moment, Tang Yuanshan, who had just been healed, was looking at the sky with a solemn expression. He explained to Wang Daoyi beside him, "Elder Daoyi, this person has nothing to do with me. I definitely didn't lure him here on purpose." "I know." Wang Daoyi nodded. He did not care much about Tang Yuanshan's explanation. He only said curiously, "Even the God Desolation Valley is coveting the 6 heaven gates diagram. Could it be that there's really something special about this ancient King Supreme treasure?" Tang Yuanshan saw that Wang Daoyi did not seem nervous at all. He could not help but be extremely puzzled and curious. "Elder Daoyi, are you confident in defeating Sang-mu?" As soon as he asked the question, he shook his head, feeling like he was making wild guesses. Divine Lord Sang-mu was a second-level Shen Si realm expert, far stronger than a first-level Shen Si realm expert like him. He was countless times stronger than a Shen Si realm expert like Wang Daoyi who had barely broken through with an ancient King Supreme treasure. Even with the help of the 6 heaven gates diagram, it was impossible for him to cross such a gap. However, Wang Daoyi was indeed relaxed. He was even thinking about the uniqueness of the 6 heaven gates diagram, as if he did not take Divine Lord Sang-mu seriously at all. Where did he get his confidence from? With his current strength, there was no basis for him to face Sang-mu with such an attitude. What was going on? This puzzled Tang Yuanshan. He could not understand it at all. Of course I can't defeat Divine Lord Sang-mu, but it's not difficult for someone else to crush him to death. Wang Daoyi smiled and actually activated the power of the 6 heaven gates diagram again, allowing the power aura of this ancient King Supreme treasure to spread further. This was telling Divine Lord Sang-mu, who was standing in the sky, that the 6 heaven gates diagram was here. If he wanted it, he could come and get it. If a cautious person like Tang Yuanshan encountered such an obvious temptation, he would definitely have to consider carefully and confirm that there was no danger before taking action. However, Divine Lord Sang-mu was different. As one of the Divine Lords of the God Desolation Valley, he was extremely confident in his strength. At the same time, he did not believe that any experts could threaten him in such a remote star sea. After all, with a cultivation at the 2nd level of the Shen Si realm, he could be considered a top expert in the entire Great Yang Holy Land. If he wanted to encounter an expert who could completely suppress him, the opponent had to be at the 3rd level of the Shen Si realm. However, experts of that level were all elusive gods. It was very difficult to see them even if one took the initiative to search, let alone coincidentally meet them in such a place. Therefore, Divine Lord Sang-mu was extremely confident. After sensing that the power aura of the 6 heaven gates diagram was becoming denser and denser, he did not even investigate the reason. He directly descended and rushed into the Great Dew. Extremely strong light and heat immediately condensed together, forming a golden sea of light that descended from the sky and fell into the Great Dew. With the arrival of Divine Lord Sang-mu, the 10 three-legged birds that appeared behind him quickly became huge. They all danced on the golden sea of light, forming 10 huge suns that illuminated everything in the heaven realm and distorted and modified the great Tao laws in the heaven realm. When Divine Lord Sang-mu really arrived in the Great Dew, he had already left behind his great Tao laws imprints wherever he passed. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com 1. Especially the area around him, it was already completely enveloped by the 10 three-legged birds. It had completely become an environment that complemented his strength. Especially the area around him, it was already completely enveloped by the 10 three-legged birds. It had completely become an environment that complemented his strength. In the eyes of the living beings in the Great Dew, the sky had completely turned golden. 10 three-legged birds danced in the 10 suns, and endless light and heat were sprinkled onto the ground. Lakes quickly evaporated, and large rivers rapidly dried up. The ground was also cracking inch by inch. It was as if the world was burning with the fire of the sun. Everything was about to be burned to ashes. If too much time passed, the entire Great Dew would become scorched earth. As time passed, the vitality of the entire heaven realm would be destroyed by this power. In the end, it would become a land of death. An indescribable fear immediately swept through every living being in the Great Dew. Whether it was ordinary people or experts who had cultivated successfully, they all felt extreme fear in the face of such destructive power and this apocalyptic scene. What should we do? What should we do now? Who can save us? Empress, save us. Empress, please bless us. The Empress wants to protect the people, so she definitely won't leave us alone, right? But even the Empress might not be able to withstand such terrifying power. This is too powerful. In the Great Dew, countless people discussed. Now, everyone was hoping that the Empress who ruled the Great Dew would take action and subdue this incomparably arrogant Divine Lord Sang-mu who wanted to destroy the heaven realm. Star brilliance see. 10 suns in the sky, burning everything, roasting the world. At this moment, Tang Yuanshan gritted his teeth and exclaimed. He looked at the phenomena that filled the sky and said with a trembling voice, "There's really an existence here that can resist such power?" He entered the Great Dew, Wang Daoyi suddenly said without rhyme or reason. Then, he smiled at Tang Yuanshan beside him and said, "Elder Tang, take a good look. This is what you were originally destined to endure." What? Tang Yuanshan was shocked when he heard this, not understanding what Wang Daoyi meant. However, he quickly understood. The moment Divine Lord Sang-mu entered the Great Dew, an extremely powerful force of national luck surged over, like an incomparably huge wave that wanted to block in front of Divine Lord Sang-mu. At the same time, every citizen of the Great Dew saw a dignified figure appear in the sky. It was a young woman in a fiery red robe embroidered with golden patterns and a crown on her head. Her expression was serious and dignified. She looked calmly at Divine Lord Sang-mu, who was rushing over. It was Li Mingqiong, the Empress of the Great Dew. Regardless of whether Li Mingqiong's strength could really resist the terrifying sea of light and the 10 three-legged birds, her appearance still gave all the people of the Great Dew unparalleled hope. Hence, everyone spontaneously bowed and kowtowed to the figure that Li Mingqiong had manifested and shouted, "Welcome, Your Grace. Please eliminate the evil demon. Welcome, Your Grace. Please eliminate the evil demon. Welcome, Your Grace. Please eliminate the evil demon." At this moment, all the living beings in the Great Dew were in the same state of mind. This was unprecedented. Under such a united situation, the luck of the Great Dew actually rose to another level, and the power of the country's luck that Li Mingqiong manifested became even stronger. The defense formed by the power of the country's luck naturally became stronger and more united. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. Divine Lord Sang Mu only laughed loudly in the face of such protection. He said disdainfully, "You want to stop me with such power?" In the eyes of a second-level Shen Si realm expert like him, the defense condensed by Li Mingqiong with the power of the country's luck was simply a layer of waste paper. It had no protective ability against him at all. How interesting. You actually let such a weak person come out to resist my power. After Divine Lord Sang Mu finished laughing, he snorted coldly and said, "Since you insist on snatching the ownership of the 6 Heaven Gates diagram from my god Desolation Valley, I won't stand on ceremony." With that, he mobilized the power in his body and further activated the 10 three-legged birds that had transformed into suns. Boom! Loud bangs sounded in the world. The 10 three-legged birds actually began to gather the boundless power of the golden sea of light, making the sun that enveloped them even larger. The light and heat contained in it also increased by leaps and bounds. Then, Divine Lord Sang Mu ordered the 10 three-legged birds to collide with the protective barrier formed by Li Mingqiong's national luck. Golden crows descend, annihilation of all things. As long as the target was hit in the end, this protective barrier formed by the power of the Great Jew would definitely be destroyed easily. There was no room for reconciliation. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Moreover, once this protective barrier was shattered by the 10 three-legged birds, it meant that the Great Jew's national luck had been scattered. At that time, the entire Great Jew would be unable to recover. Li Mingqiong's cultivation would be affected, and it might even be difficult for her to improve for a long time. Kui Heng naturally would not allow such a situation to happen. The reason why he waited for Divine Lord Sang Mu to display his power was to help Li Mingqiong gather the hearts of the people and increase the luck of the Great Jew to increase her cultivation realm. Therefore, when the protective barrier set up by Li Mingqiong was attacked, the trap set up by Kui Heng would take effect. Buzz! It was as if the void was trembling, but also as if the ground was trembling. The sky in the Great Jew suddenly became grey. There was nothing in the world, no north, south, east, and west, only endless chaotic airflow and violent chaotic storms. 5 elements primordial chaos yin-yang reversal technique. This was Kui Heng's tried-and-true trapping spell. To this day, he had already cultivated this spell to the mid-stage soul formation realm. It was still very effective. As long as one was not at the late-stage soul formation realm, it was impossible to escape from this chaotic space. What is this place? Divine Lord Sang Mu investigated his surroundings in extreme shock. Then, his expression changed as he gritted his teeth and said, "Not good, I've fallen into a trap. Which faction is dealing with our god Desolation Valley? They actually sent such a powerful expert." He realized that it was as if he had been sent to another world. No matter where he moved, he would be in this endless chaos. It was impossible to escape. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. It must have been done by a top faction in the Great Yang Holy Land to weaken the power of the god Desolation Valley. The battle between the top factions of the Great Yang Holy Land was very intense. "Who exactly are you?" Divine Lord Sang Mu shouted sternly. "The Netherworld Sect, Tianju Mountain, the Illumination Hall, or the Heavenly Net Dao Sect? Why are you hiding?" However, what responded to him was not anyone's words. Instead, a saber beam that was like a stream of water instantly crossed the boundless chaotic space and arrived in front of him. Divine Lord Sang Mu did not even have the chance to dodge before he was enveloped by the time saber. 3 million years of his lifespan was instantly severed, and he had no ability to resist at all. My lifespan, how is that possible? I just swallowed a spiritual root precious medicine and lived a 6th life. Divine Lord Sang Mu exclaimed in disbelief, and his heart was immediately filled with fear. This was the time saber that Kui Heng had adjusted and did not contain his full strength. That was because there was another sword strike behind. Clang! While Divine Lord Sang Mu felt extreme despair, he heard another sword cry. At the same time, a sword light that seemed to come from the beginning of the world and the end of everything suddenly descended on him. Dao Life Sword. Just like the traces left behind by the waves washing the beach, after the Dao Life Sword swept past, everything about Divine Lord Sang Mu was erased and no longer existed. All the great Tao laws contained in him had already been slashed through by the Tao life sword. Kui Heng could fuse them into the Great Jew at any time for him to communicate with. But at this moment, an extremely clear purple light suddenly lit up where Divine Lord Sang-mu was. It was filled with a mysterious aura. It actually came from the same source as the Tao injury in Tang Yuanshan's body. At this moment, Kui Heng, who was in the Great Jew Imperial Palace, immediately opened his eyes. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. The moment this strange power appeared, it released extremely powerful might, wanting to escape the envelopment of the Tao life sword. The moment this strange power appeared, it released extremely powerful might, wanting to escape the envelopment of the Tao life sword. It even tried to rush out of this chaotic space and leave with Divine Lord Sang-mu's true spirit imprint. Unfortunately, although this energy was powerful, it was still not worth mentioning compared to the power of the Tao life sword. Not to mention leaving with Divine Lord Sang-mu's true spirit imprint, even this power itself could not escape the control of the Tao life sword. Under the envelopment of the power of the Tao life sword, no matter how this power struggled, it could not escape. This power aura seemed to have intelligence. After discovering that it could not break free, it actually displayed a manic and angry emotion. In the Great Jew Imperial Palace, Kui Heng raised his eyebrows slightly and chuckled. Interesting. Then, he gently raised his right hand and grabbed forward. Wang Daoyi, Tang Yuanshan, and Tang Yuanshan's 2 disciples were all brought to him. This sudden change stunned the 4 of them. Actually, at this moment, they were still in deep shock. They could not recover from the sudden change in position. After all, from their perspective, they had just seen the sky turn into chaos and imprison the powerful expert of the God Desolation Valley. Such terrifying power shocked them greatly. Especially Wang Daoyi. He had also been trapped by the 5 elements primordial chaos yin-yang reversal technique, but at that time, he could still rely on a secret technique to forcefully break free. Now that he felt this power again, a deep sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. He felt that if he fell into this chaotic space, he would definitely have no chance of escaping. Other than waiting for death, he had no other choice. Although Tang Yuanshan had never seen the power of the 5 elements primordial chaos yin-yang reversal technique before, he had lived for too long and had seen too many things. The power displayed by this chaotic space completely exceeded the understanding he had formed in the past tens of millions of years, making him feel that this was an unimaginably powerful force. This power was definitely above the Shenxi realm, ancient kings. After Tang Yuanshan saw this chaotic space, these 2 concepts appeared in his mind. His heart was in turmoil and he understood everything. The person who refined the 6 heaven gates diagram was probably not Wang Daoyi, but this terrifying existence is suspected to be at the level of the ancient kings. The reason why he was lured here was to catch Divine Lord Sang-mu, who was following behind. He was just a bait. However, how long had the ancient kings disappeared from the world? 50 million years? 70 million years? Or hundreds of millions of years? No one knew. Even to him, who had already lived his 8th life, the ancient kings were legendary existences. No one knew how powerful they were. Now, there were actually existences at the level of ancient kings in this silver disk star sea. This was too unbelievable. Could this be the mystery of the central silver disk world? An expert at the level of an ancient king existed in the central silver disk of this star sea? Thinking of this, Tang Yuanshan felt his scalp tingle, and the fear in his heart could not be suppressed. Under such circumstances, he, his 2 disciples, and Wang Daoyi were all sucked into the Great Jew Imperial Palace by Kui Heng. After Wang Daoyi and Tang Yuanshan were taken away, only Li Mingqiang was left on the battlefield. She performed according to Kui Heng's script, and the boundless chaotic space quickly gathered and shrank, finally condensing into a grey pearl that landed in her palm. In the eyes of the people of the Great Jew, this was the Empress dealing with the enemy. Immediately, everyone cheered, and the luck of the country soared. Li Mingqiang could clearly feel that as the country's luck soared, her cultivation was also rapidly improving. It would probably not be long before she broke through to the next realm. Kui Heng's gift had brought her too much improvement. However, Li Mingqiang knew very well that the country's luck brought about by this gift was not the true level she was at. The results that the commoners were cheering for now could only be achieved with the power of her master. Master is letting me have the luck of the country that doesn't belong to my current stage, Li Mingqiang thought to herself. I have to constantly become stronger and let the great Jew become stronger at the same time. Only then can I truly be worthy of this country's luck. I have to work harder in the future. I can't slack off at all. In the Great Jew Imperial Palace, a very exquisite palace was built. This was where Kui Heng usually cultivated. At this moment, Wang Daoyi was standing in the middle of the palace. As soon as he regained his senses, he immediately kowtowed and said respectfully, "Greetings, exalted immortal." Tang Yuanshan quickly came back to his senses. Seeing Wang Daoyi bow so respectfully, he looked at Kui Heng in extreme shock. After a moment of silence, he also knelt on the ground and kowtowed respectfully. "Greetings, exalted immortal." Although he suspected that Kui Heng might be in existence at the level of an ancient king, he was not very sure, so he still called him exalted immortal. This form of address would never be wrong. All right. Kui Heng nodded slightly and ignored Wang Daoyi. Instead, he looked at Tang Yuanshan and smiled. "Your Excellency has such an ancient aura of life. It's even older than this heaven realm. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. After cultivating the time saber, he could tell at a glance how many years the other party had lived. Tang Yuanshan was the oldest person he had met since he transmigrated. After cultivating the time saber, he could tell at a glance how many years the other party had lived. Tang Yuanshan was the oldest person he had met since he transmigrated. He was actually 24 million years old. If this was on Earth in his previous life, he would have been able to live from the Oligocene to the modern era. Even the current Kui Heng could not help but exclaim when facing a living being that had lived for so long. Although his soul was already indestructible and eternal, he had only lived for more than 1,000 years. I was just relying on the power of the spiritual root divine medicine to extend my lifespan. I've embarrassed myself in front of exalted immortal. Tang Yuanshan's attitude was extremely humble. I've always respected elders. Kui Heng said with a smile, I want to talk to you more during this period of time. How about that? To him, a person who had lived for so long was too precious. He was simply a living fossil, a walking treasure. Through this, he could raise his understanding of this world to a higher level, making it easier for him to communicate more deeply with it. Tang Yuanshan fell silent when he heard this. He felt that Kui Heng was looking at him strangely. However, it was clearly impossible for him to refuse such an invitation. He hurriedly nodded and pretended to be happy. He smiled and said, Exalted Immortal, it's my honor to have you talk to an old man like me. Ha ha ha, sir, there's no need to worry. There's no enmity between us. I won't harm you. Kui Heng smiled and comforted Tang Yuanshan. I understand, I understand. Tang Yuanshan hurriedly nodded in agreement, not daring to say no. At this moment, a faint golden light shone into the palace from outside. Then, a slender figure in a fiery red dress walked in. A faint pressure wrapped around her, causing the atmosphere in the palace to become much more serious. It was Li Mingqiang, who had returned with the grey pearl. The pressure she naturally released was the remnant of the country's luck. It was still constantly increasing her cultivation and had yet to dissipate. Greetings, Master. I've already dealt with the foreign enemy. The citizens of the Great Jew are all cheering. Li Mingqiang bowed very respectfully to Kui Heng. At the same time, she raised the pearl in her hand. This is a pearl formed by that chaotic space. Master, please take a look. Amen. Kui Heng nodded lightly. Then, the grey pearl automatically floated up from Li Mingqiang's hand, flew into the air, and slowly landed in his palm. When Wang Daoyi and Tang Yuanshan saw this scene, they were very shocked. In their perception, the power contained in this grey pearl was extremely terrifying. Even an existence at the peak of the Xianxi realm did not have such a terrifying aura. Was this an existence above the Xianxi realm? He was too powerful. The aura released by just a secret technique surpassed the peak of the Xianxi realm. Old sir, you should know the aura of this power, right? Kui Heng suddenly said to Tang Yuanshan. At the same time, he gently shook the pearl in his hand. The chaotic turbulence inside quickly dissipated, and the power of the time saber and Dao life sword also dissipated one after another, no longer displaying their power. Such actions once again shocked Wang Daoyi and Tang Yuanshan. Especially after sensing the power of the time saber and the Dao life sword instantly dissipating, they almost could not believe their eyes and almost thought that they were hallucinating. As everyone knew, after releasing a secret technique, it was very difficult to disperse the power of the secret technique. The stronger the secret technique, the more difficult it was to control it. This was not a matter of being able to retract and release it freely. The main thing was that after reaching the Xianxi realm, powerful secret techniques would involve distortions or even modifications of the great Dao laws. If one wanted to eliminate the power of the secret technique in a short period of time, they had to restore the great Dao laws to operation without any deviations. Usually, this required a much stronger power than the secret technique itself. However, what did they see just now? Such a powerful secret technique power actually dissipated in an instant. It looked like it was completely effortless. It was too ridiculous. How powerful was this exalted immortal? However, before Tang Yuanshan could recover from his shock, he felt a familiar aura that made his soul tremble and his true spirit shivered. Ah! Tang Yuanshan exclaimed and retreated in fear. His face turned incomparably pale as he looked at the ball of purple light floating in Kui Heng's palm in horror. He said with a trembling voice, Zhong Xianyuan, this. Clearly, this power, or rather, the owner of this power, had left a huge gravitational shadow on him. Now, even those who saw this power would feel extreme fear. Li Mingqiong, who was standing beside Kui Heng, revealed a surprised expression. She did not expect a Xianxi realm expert like Tang Yuanshan to be so frightened by the power aura contained in a ball of light. What had he encountered? Zhong Xianyuan? Kui Heng chewed on the name and realized that he had no impression of it. He first suppressed the power aura of this ball of light and asked, "Is this the person who left you with a Dao injury?" Yes. Tang Yuanshan nodded and heaved a sigh. He said with some shame, "I lost my composure just now and embarrassed myself in front of exalted immortal." The Dao injuries left behind by Zhong Xianyuan were really too difficult to deal with. From what I see, the source of this power is at most at the first level Xianxi realm. It's the same realm as yours, but there's actually such a huge difference. Kui Heng asked in surprise. Exalted immortal, there's something you don't know. It's said that Zhong Xianyuan encountered an ancient immortal when he was young and inherited an extremely terrifying ancient immortal power. Tang Yuanshan seemed to have thought of something and said with extreme fear, "It's the aura in the ball of purple light you just displayed." Ancient immortal power. Kui Heng's expression became a little strange. This ball of purple light formed the essence. The spiritual aura contained in the fruits he planted in the beginner's space had become like this after being sublimated to the extreme. It was actually treated as an ancient immortal power. Is this Zhong Xianyuan really one of the two people who accidentally entered my beginner's space? This guess appeared in Kui Heng's heart again, and he thought to himself, this purple light should contain a trace of the will imprint of Zhong Xianyuan. I can take a look. Thinking of this, he casually waved his hand and threw the ball of purple light in his hand into the air. At the same time, he removed his dharmic powers and released the restriction and suppression on the power of the purple light. In the next moment, an extremely powerful aura was released from this ball of purple light. However, when it spread to the edge of the palace, it encountered the dharmic barrier set up by Kui Heng. It was impossible to break through at all and could only be limited to this palace. Even so, Tang Yuanshan's eyes revealed shock, and his face was filled with uncontrollable fear. At the same time, an incomparably powerful will condensed in the air of the hall, and the purple light transformed into the outline of a human. Then it made a sound. However, this was clearly a sound imprinted in advance. It was not real consciousness information projected over. The will information contained in it was also imprinting this sentence. Since the will imprint I left behind has appeared, I believe Sang Mu is already dead. Since you can kill Sang Mu, who is at the second level of the Shen-Si realm, your strength has already obtained my recognition. Are you willing to join my sect? I'll give you an ancient king's ultimate technique, a supreme divine technique, and bring you onto the path of the ancient kings to see the mysteries of the ancient immortals. How about that? Kui Heng could not help but be stunned when he heard these words. Then, he smiled and looked at Tang Yuanshan. He chuckled and said, "Old sir, tell me what's going on with this Zhong Xianyuan and what kind of person he is. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Zhong Xianyuan. Zhong Xianyuan. Tang Yuanshan looked a little uncomfortable when he heard this name. In the end, he sighed softly and smiled bitterly. Exalted Immortal, I do have some understanding of Zhong Xianyuan, but it's not a good experience. Then, Tang Yuanshan told Kui Heng what he knew about Zhong Xianyuan. This was a peerless genius from the God Desolation Valley. He had cultivated to the Shen-Si realm at the age of less than 1,000 years old. Such cultivation speed was world-shaking and could be said to be the number one in history. Even in the entire history of the Great Yang Holy Land, there was no such genius. Therefore, after Zhong Xianyuan appeared, everything about him naturally attracted the attention of countless people. They could not wait to learn all kinds of information about him. Even though the God Desolation Valley was the top faction of the Great Yang Holy Land and there was more than one expert at the peak of the Shen-Si realm, it was difficult to suppress their curiosity and desire to investigate. In the end, they could only publicize some information about Zhong Xianyuan, allowing everyone to understand the origins of Zhong Xianyuan and how he became powerful. When Zhong Xianyuan was young, his divine meridians were blocked by a nameless power and he could not cultivate. However, he accidentally entered an immortal realm and encountered an ancient immortal. Ever since then, the divine meridians in his entire body had been connected, and his cultivation had become rapid. He rose at an extremely fast speed. Later on, people gradually discovered that Zhong Xianyuan often used powerful ultimate techniques that did not belong to the inheritance of the God Desolation Valley. Moreover, the characteristics of this ultimate technique was filled with an ancient and boundless charm. Hence, some people suspected that he might be the reincarnation of an ancient king, but there was no actual evidence. However, Zhong Xianyuan had never denied this guess. Actually, this was almost equivalent to a tacit agreement. This was some basic information about Zhong Xianyuan. Although Zhong Xianyuan has cultivated for 1,000 years, he actually appeared in front of people 120 years ago. Tang Yuanshan seemed to have thought of some bad memories and said in a low voice, "This person is arrogant and unscrupulous. He has a huge hobby. He likes to take people as his disciples." Oh! Kui Heng raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard that and chuckled. There's actually such a hobby, just like the message that appeared just now? Exalted Immortal, that's right. Tang Yuanshan nodded and said, after Zhong Xianyuan's fame rose, as long as he met someone he likes, he will think of a way to take him in as his disciple. Regardless of whether this person is in the mortal world realm, the immortal world realm, or the true world realm, regardless of his cultivation realm and background, he will accept them all. If anyone dares to refuse, he will use an extremely terrifying method to leave Dao injuries in the person's body, damaging their life source, and even restricting the improvement of their cultivation. This was where the Dao injury in my body came from. More than 110 years ago, Zhong Xianyuan met me. After sizing me up a few times, he wanted me to become his disciple. It was the same explanation. After I rejected him, Zhong Xianyuan left me with a Dao injury, causing my life to be cut short and denying me the chance to live a ninth life. Fortunately, Exalted Immortal saved me and I was able to recover. This should be another hobby of his. Kui Heng pondered for a moment. Zhong Xianyuan's act of taking in disciples for no reason was actually rather abnormal. He did not believe that it was just a hobby and did not have any special goals. How many disciples has he taken in so far? Kui Heng asked. Tang Yuanshan thought for a moment and sighed softly. Exalted Immortal, I left Great Yang Planet 100 years ago. There are many things I haven't experienced and I don't know much about the current situation. However, at that time, Zhong Immortal Opportunity had only risen to prominence for more than 20 years. Although he did not take in many disciples, it was not a small number either. I remember that there were 12 of them, and 3 of them were Shen-Si realm experts. At this point, he paused and hesitated slightly before saying, "Exalted Immortal, there's a situation. As long as someone is chosen by Zhong Xianyuan, they will either become his disciple or suffer a Dao injury like me. There's no exception. And you should be the first person who doesn't belong to these two situations. I don't think Zhong Xianyuan will let the matter rest. I'm afraid he will still make some moves next." 100 years ago, Zhong Xianyuan was already at the first level Shen-Si realm. With his cultivation speed, it's very likely that he has already reached the second level Shen-Si realm and his strength has increased greatly. Although such a cultivation realm is insignificant to an existence like you, Exalted Immortal, that immortal opportunity is suspected to be the reincarnation of an ancient king. Perhaps he also has some other special methods. You have to be careful. Are you saying that Zhong Xianyuan might personally come here to harm me? Kui Heng smiled. From the patterns of the previous situations, it's indeed possible. Tang Yuanshan nodded and said, "Zhong Xianyuan has always done as he pleases and rarely has any scruples. If that's the case, it can't be better." Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. "I'll wait here for him for a while to see if he'll come over. By the way, old mister, you've lived a long life. Why don't you tell me more about the Great Yang Holy Land? How was this so-called Holy Land divided, and how was the border determined? Was it done by those ancient kings who had already disappeared?" He already knew the basic situation of Zhong Xianyuan. If he continued asking, there would most likely be no more information to uncover. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. After all, when Tang Yuanshan left the Great Yang Planet, Zhong Xianyuan had only risen to prominence for more than 20 years. After all, when Tang Yuanshan left the Great Yang Planet, Zhong Xianyuan had only risen to prominence for more than 20 years. To a Shen-Si realm expert, such a short period of time would indeed not leave much of a mark. He might as well ask about the Great Yang Holy Land. Although he had asked Wang Daoyi before, Wang Daoyi was only at the Black Hole realm after all. Moreover, he had spent most of his life in this Silver Disk Star Sea, so he did not know much about the Great Yang Holy Land. He definitely did not know as much as Tang Yuanshan, who had lived for 24 million years. After Tang Yuanshan heard Kui Heng's question, he became even more certain of his previous guess. This was definitely an ancient king who had just woken up, which was why he did not know the current situation of the Great Yang Holy Land. As for problems like the borders of the Holy Land, most likely, he wanted to understand what the people of this era knew about the Holy Land. Hence, Tang Yuanshan said very respectfully, "Exalted Immortal, although the current Great Yang Holy Land has many sects and ancient countries and empires, there are actually only a few forces standing at the peak. They are called the 10 sects, 4 faiths, and 12 kingdoms. These are all forces with at least 3 peak Shen-Si realm experts. Moreover, they have inherited a large number of ancient king secret treasures and secret techniques. They have a crushing advantage over other forces. The God Desolation Valley where Zhong Xianyuan came from is actually one of the 10 sects. It has a very long history. It's said that it can be traced back to an era close to the primordial era. It's incomparably ancient and has an extremely deep foundation. It's good that it's ancient." Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. Continue. The older the faction, the deeper the foundation, the more secrets they knew, and the more they knew about this world. This was also more conducive to him obtaining information and deepening his communication with this world. Then, Tang Yuanshan followed Kui Heng's instructions and told him everything he knew about the Great Yang Holy Land. In addition, there was a detailed description of the various events he had experienced in the past 20 million years, as well as some very important events that had happened in the Great Yang Holy Land. As for the definition of the Holy Land and the boundary, Tang Yuanshan did not know either. He only knew that it had been demarcated in the era of the ancient kings. However, He provided a key piece of information. In the era of the ancient kings, there were actually many holy lands in the universe, and they were almost adjacent to each other. The holy lands were nearly connected to each other. For example, the current silver disk star sea belonged to a complete ancient holy land a long time ago. Other than that, there were many other holy lands. However, at the end of the primordial era, at the same time that the ancient kings disappeared, these holy lands actually disintegrated and flew apart, and were no longer like before. In this area of the universe, only the Great Yang Holy Land was left. This matter was seen as a sign of the end of the primordial era. The holy lands collapsed. Kui Heng frowned when he heard this. The size of the holy lands were huge, but they actually collapsed and scattered for no reason. What level of power could cause such a terrifying situation? Return to Void Realm? Or the Dao Integration Realm? This situation made him involuntarily think of the system's description of this world. High-level Xianxia space-time. Immortal kings roamed freely, ferocious beasts were everywhere. Old Sir, Kui Heng pondered for a moment and asked Tang Yuanshan, "Have you heard of the title Immortal King?" Immortal King? Tang Yuanshan was stunned when he heard this. He lowered his head and thought for a moment before shaking his head. There are some martial artists from the immortal world who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth who have similar titles, but they're not common realm titles. I don't know what level the immortal kings you're talking about is at. It should be far above me, Kui Heng said in a low voice. I've indeed never heard of it. Tang Yuanshan shook his head repeatedly and said, "The power of exalted immortal is enough to compare to the legendary ancient kings. There are only sporadic records of levels above the ancient kings, and they are called ancient immortals. If there's really a realm of immortal king, inferring from the realm of the ancient immortals, perhaps it represents a realm above the ancient immortals, similar to a king? Ancient immortal, immortal king," Kui Heng muttered as he carefully pondered over these two titles. He thought to himself, "As I explore this world deeper, I'm afraid I'm about to come into contact with the true higher-ups of this world. But my current cultivation realm is probably not enough to deal with those high-level experts at all. I'm still too weak. My cultivation progress at the mid-stage soul formation realm is almost stagnant. I have to go to a new place. Great Yang Planet is indeed a good choice. Moreover, is this Zhong Xianyuan one of the two guests of my beginner's space? If he's really arrogant and despotic and willful, I should get rid of him. After I'm done here, I'll go to Great Yang Planet." After making plans for the future, Kui Heng's heart calmed down a lot. He asked Tang Yuanshan, "How much do you know about ferocious beasts?" There were ferocious beasts in the heaven realm. He had once asked Wang Daoyi, and the answer he received was that when Taihong left Great Yang Planet, he had stolen a cub that contained the bloodline of a ferocious beast. The ferocious beasts in the heaven realm should be the descendants of the cub with the ferocious beast bloodline. Therefore, he felt that the Great Yang Holy Land definitely had a certain understanding of ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts? Tang Yuanshan replied after thinking for a moment. Exalted Immortal, it's said that ferocious beasts are beasts born from the darkest and most negative forces in the universe. Their strength is incomparably berserk. They only know of destruction and slaughter, and that they are the terminators of everything. To this day, ferocious beasts are already legendary ancient existences. There are no real ferocious beasts in the current Great Yang Holy Land, only some mixed-blood ferocious beasts. However, these mixed-blood ferocious beasts are also extremely powerful. They generally have strength equivalent to the Xianxi realm. There's even a small number of them who stand at the peak of the Xianxi realm. Fortunately, these mixed-blood ferocious beasts don't have any intelligence. If they had intelligence and could join forces, they could gather all their strength and become one of the strongest forces in the Great Yang Holy Land. Mixed-blood ferocious beast. Kui Heng fell into deep thought. There were no real ferocious beasts in the Great Yang Holy Land, but regarding this so-called mixed-blood ferocious beast, he could go over and investigate the situation. Perhaps he could see some of the power of a true ferocious beast. He had to go to Grand Yang Planet. Time passed quickly, and another 100 years passed. In the past 100 years, Kui Heng had completely completed his communication with this star sea. There were no more mysteries that could increase his cultivation. The development of the Great Dew Kingdom had also entered the right track. Its expansion speed was becoming faster and faster. To this day, it has already occupied 100 heavenly regions. Li Mingqiong's cultivation realm was rapidly increasing. In addition, the Yellow Heaven sect was also thriving under the management of Pei Qingshu and the others. It had already become the spiritual sustenance of many people in the Heaven realm. This star sea had already entered a relatively stable development period. There was no longer any large-scale offensive war. To Kui Heng, this also meant that there was nothing else here for him to deal with. Next, it was time for him to continue on his journey. There were more unknowns, more secrets, and places with higher levels of great Tao laws to increase his cultivation and realm. He wanted to obtain strength that could compete with ferocious beasts and immortal kings as soon as possible. Hence, on this day, Kui Heng called Li Mingqiong, Pei Qingshu, Hui Shi, the yellow-scarved strongman, Zheng Nanshuan, and the others over to the Great Dew Imperial City. Everyone gathered here, feeling very puzzled. They did not know why Kui Heng had suddenly gathered everyone here. Everyone is here. Kui Heng's gaze swept across everyone and he smiled. I won't keep you in suspense anymore. I called you over this time to say goodbye. I'm leaving this star sea soon and will be heading to the Great Yang Holy Land. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. They were actually prepared for Kui Heng to leave. Ever since he resolved the Scarlet Calamity, Kui Heng became more reclusive. He was in seclusion all year round. Other than the top group of people in the Heaven realm, almost no one knew of his existence. To Pei Qingshu, Li Mingqiong, Hui Shi, and the others, this was not the first time they had experienced such a situation. When they were on Daoju Star, the heavenly void world, and the Five Views realm, he had behaved this way as well. They were already used to it. However, when Kui Heng left previously, he would bring a few people with him. Usually, they were the few with the highest cultivation realms. Only a few of them had the ability to help Kui Heng in the future. But this time was a little different. Kui Heng was going to the Great Yang Holy Land next. That was a place with true world realm experts and legends of the ancient kings. It was mysterious and unfathomable. If they went to a place of this level, be it Li Mingqiong, Pei Qingshu, with their strength that had not even reached the Shattering Realm, they would not be able to do anything at all. Whether it was Pei Qingshu and Li Mingqiong, Hui Shi, Zheng Nanshuan, the yellow-scarved strongman, or the others, they knew very well that they were too weak. The situation in the Great Yang Holy Land was too different from what they were familiar with. Even if they wanted to follow him, they would definitely not be of much help. What was the point of following him then? They might as well work hard to improve themselves in the Heaven realm and increase their cultivation and strength so that they could go to the Great Yang Holy Land as soon as possible to follow the footsteps left behind by their master. They could slowly make their way over. Hence, Pei Qingshu and Li Mingqiong looked at each other and understood what they should do. Then, they said to Kui Heng, Master, we plan to stay in the Heaven realm and follow you after we step into the true world realm. Hui Shi, who had always thought of himself as Kui Heng's saber, followed Kui Heng every time. However, this time, he made a different decision from before and said respectfully, Immortal Venerable, I plan to stay behind this time and temper myself in the Heaven realm. The others also expressed their thoughts. They wanted to stay in the Heaven realm, worried that they would become Kui Heng's burden after going to the Great Yang Sacred Land. I haven't even asked you what you think, but you're already in such a hurry. Kui Heng chuckled and said, Actually, even if you don't say it yourself, I'll explain to you clearly this time. I don't intend to bring any of you over to the Great Yang Holy Land. Firstly, from our previous understanding, the martial artists of the Great Yang Holy Land are extremely powerful and are not suitable for your cultivation. Secondly, I have a mission for you. As soon as these words were spoken, Pei Qingshu, Li Mingqiong, Hui Shi, and the others immediately became serious. Master, please instruct us. Please instruct me, Immortal Venerable. All right. Kui Heng nodded slightly and smiled. Actually, it's not a very difficult mission, but it's a very important matter that has to be taken seriously. After I leave, pay attention to the movements of the central silver disk plane. There's no need to explore it, nor do you need to approach it. You just need to record the changes. The silver disk plane in the middle of the star sea was extremely mysterious. According to Tang Yuanshan, this silver disk star sea was formed after an ancient holy land was destroyed. Therefore, it was very likely that the central silver disk plane contained the essence of the ancient holy land. Perhaps there were many things and living beings that only existed in legends. However, Kui Heng had also observed the central silver disk before and realized that there were probably more secrets inside. Even now, he did not have enough confidence to explore it. Instead, he planned to break through to the late-stage soul formation realm in the Great Yang Holy Land first. Then, he would observe the situation of the central silver disk plane again before deciding if he really wanted to go inside. Before that, it was also very important to observe the external changes in the central silver disk plane. It could be used as a reference in the future. Although Pei Qingshu, Li Mingqiang, and the others did not understand why Kui Heng wanted them to observe the central silver disk plane, since it was something Kui Heng had instructed them to do, there must be a deeper meaning. They had to do their best. In the end, Kui Heng explained some details and other things to them. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Zhongxian Yuan was only more than 1,000 years old, but he already had a cultivation at the third level of the Xianxi realm. Zhongxian Yuan was only more than 1,000 years old, but he already had a cultivation at the third level of the Xianxi realm. Although this was partly because he was the reincarnation of an ancient king and his cultivation in this life was only to regain the power of his previous life, there was also one thing that was indispensable. It was when he was traveling that year that he accidentally entered the ancient immortal mystic realm. Zhongxian Yuan had known since he was young that he was the reincarnation of an ancient king. Therefore, he had always known that the state of his inability to cultivate was only temporary. As long as one could live for 10,000 years, he could break through the shackles and instantly reach the shattering realm. However, it was not easy to live for 10,000 years. Although his lifespan as the reincarnation of an ancient king was extremely long, such that even if he did not cultivate, he would still live for tens of thousands of years, if he was beaten to death, he would have to continue reincarnating. Fortunately, he accidentally entered a mysterious paradise when he was young. There was an extremely terrifying nomological suppression there, causing the ancient king power hidden in his body to not dare to move at all. At that time, Zhongxian Yuan even had a premonition. As long as the ancient king power in his body released a little power, he would immediately be crushed to death by an invisible force and reduced to ashes. He would not even have a chance to reincarnate. He did not see anyone in the immortal realm, but he felt that there was an extremely mysterious power fluctuation in the strange house. The first feeling this power fluctuation gave him was that its essence was extremely high. The deep mysteries contained in it even surpassed the power of the ancient king in his body, a realm above the ancient kings. It was the ancient immortal realm. At that time, although Zhongxian Yuan had only awakened a little of his previous life's memories, he also knew that there was an era that belonged to the ancient immortals before the era of the ancient kings. That era was endlessly ancient. It was already impossible to verify how many years ago it was. Even in the era of the ancient kings, that era was only a legend and was even treated as a myth. However, because of the existence of immortal artifacts left behind from that era, there was no doubt about the existence of that era, and there was no doubt about the strength of the ancient immortals. Therefore, although Zhongxian Yuan did not know what true ancient immortal power looked like, he naturally treated the fluctuation of that power as ancient immortal power. As for why the ancient immortal power was so weak, he had a reasonable guess. This should be because the ancient immortal in this immortal realm was gradually recovering. That was why there was such a situation where it looked weak on the surface, but the essence was actually extremely high and mysterious. The fact that there was such a powerful nomological suppression and defensive mechanism in the immortal realm should have been prepared by this ancient immortal in advance. It was to ensure that he could recover safely. An ancient immortal who was recovering. According to the description of the legends, Even an ancient king at his peak could only kneel in front of such an existence. Due to these guesses, Zhong Xianyuan was trembling in fear for the first 10 days in the immortal land. He did not even dare to walk around and only knelt at the place where he appeared. However, on the 11th day, he really could not take it anymore. Because he was hungry. At that time, Zhong Xianyuan could not cultivate. His body was no different from ordinary people and he needed to eat normally. However, under normal circumstances, the vitality in his body could be supported by his ancient king power. Even if he did not eat, he would not feel hungry. However, after reaching the immortal realm, Zhong Xianyuan did not dare to mobilize the ancient king power in his body at all. He did not even dare to use it to nourish and support the vitality in his body. Hence, after starving for 10 days, he finally could not take it anymore. He mustered his courage and rushed into the vegetable garden beside him. He carefully plucked a fiery red fruit from it and ate it. That fiery red fruit contained a strange spiritual power. As soon as Zhong Xianyuan swallowed one, he felt an incomparable comfort in his body. The originally blocked divine meridians actually became a little smoother. It greatly reduced the time he needed to wait to unlock his divine meridians. Originally, he needed to wait 10,000 years for his divine meridians to return to normal. After eating that fruit, he only needed to wait another 8,000 years. An inconspicuous fruit could actually save him 2,000 years of time. This was definitely an extremely fatal temptation to Zhong Xianyuan at that time. Moreover, he realized that after eating a fruit, he did not receive any punishment from the immortal realm. Therefore, he ate more than 10 of those fiery red fruits in a row. On the 12th day, the divine meridians in his body had already been completely opened. If not for the fact that the ancient king power in Zhong Xianyuan's body did not dare to move, he would probably have broken through the 24 realms of the immortal and mortal realms on the spot and stepped into the first realm of the true world realms. The Shattering Realm. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Tang Yuanshan hurriedly lowered his head and shook his head. I don't dare to guess exalted immortal's will. Tang Yuanshan hurriedly lowered his head and shook his head. I don't dare to guess exalted immortal's will. You're quite cautious. Kui Heng shook his head gently and smiled. I'm not in the mood to test you. Let's go to Tianqi Mansion first. It's not time to attack this person yet. Yes, exalted immortal. Tang Yuanshan bowed respectfully. Let's go. Kui Heng shook his head and walked in front, descending towards the Grand Yang planet. The reason why he did not go to look for Zhong Xianyuan directly was because he sensed many strange auras in the void outside the Grand Yang planet. These auras were fused with various great Tao laws. Moreover, they seemed to contain intelligence and were trying to break free from the barrier of the void and descend into the material world in reality. Every aura seemed to represent an extremely powerful existence. In Kui Heng's divine sense, the essence of this power that had fused with the great Tao laws was extremely high. Although it was still inferior to the mid-stage soul formation realm, it had already surpassed the Shen Si realm and reached another level of strength. The huge power contained in Zhong Xianyuan's body was very similar to these auras. This was most likely the power of the so-called ancient kings. The auras that had fused with the various great Tao laws were probably a group of ancient kings. They were all trying to break free from some inexplicable restraints and return to reality. In Kui Heng's opinion, this meant that there was an unknown expert. Although the ancient kings were inferior to the mid-stage soul formation realm, the binding power that trapped so many ancient kings in the great Tao laws was clearly stronger. Perhaps there was a power equivalent to the mid-stage soul formation realm or even stronger. He had to figure out the source of this binding power and the level of the existence that caused all of this before he could do anything. Moreover, Kui Heng's main goal in coming to Grand Yang planet was to communicate with the great Tao laws here to increase his cultivation realm. This was his main goal. Dealing with Zhong Xianyuan was just an afterthought. Moreover, the moral character of Zhong Xianyuan and whether he really wanted to get rid of him still needed further investigation. Ever since Tang Yuanshan left more than 100 years ago, Chen Tianxia, the mansion lord of Tianqi Mansion, had always felt an inexplicable sense of unease. He felt that something big would most likely happen. Especially recently, the uneasiness in his heart had become even stronger. Judging from the time, senior brother Tang should have already arrived at the Silver Disk Star Sea. Could it be that something has happened? Chen Tianxia paced back and forth in his main hall, feeling uneasy. At this moment, one of the two grand elders of Tianqi Mansion, Lin Tong, arrived. Seeing Chen Tianxia's worried expression, he immediately frowned and said in a low voice, "Mansion Lord, what's wrong with you recently? Senior brother Lin, please take a seat." When Chen Tianxia saw Lin Tong arrive, he pointed at the chair beside him and sat down himself. He shook his head and sighed. "I don't know either. I just have an inexplicable feeling of unease. I feel like a disaster is about to befall." "What's the connection?" Lin Tong frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "At our realm, such premonitions can't be ignored. Do you have any clues to the uneasiness in your heart?" "No, it's very vague." Chen Tianxia shook his head and smiled bitterly. "If there were any clues, I wouldn't be so uneasy. I can only guess if something has happened to senior brother Tang. Of course, this is only a guess. Perhaps the problem is with Grand Yang planet. I don't think it's about senior brother Tang." Lin Tong suddenly turned to look to the east and said in a low voice, "Do you think it's the God Desolation Valley?" "God Desolation Valley?" Chen Tianxia was stunned when he heard this. He frowned and said, "Why do you say that? We don't have any enmity with God Desolation Valley. Previously, they even apologized to us for causing trouble for senior brother Tang. But they didn't let Zhong Xianyuan treat senior brother Tang's Dao injuries," Lin Tong said solemnly. "Moreover, I've been thinking recently. Back then, Zhong Xianyuan left a Dao injury on senior brother Tang. Was it really just revenge after he flew into a rage out of humiliation?" "Senior brother Lin, you mean?" Chen Tianxia turned his head and said in surprise, "Could it be that he wants to test if the Six Heaven Gates diagram is still in my Tianqi mansion?" "That's indeed possible." Lin Tong nodded, then suddenly changed the topic. "However, it's also possible that they already know that the Six Heaven Gates diagram is not with us. Yes, after all, the Six Heaven Gates diagram has been lost for tens of millions of years." Chen Tianxia sighed and said curiously, "But if they already know this, why did they leave senior brother Tang with a Dao injury? Perhaps they want to snatch the Six Heaven Gates diagram, but they don't know the true whereabouts of the Six Heaven Gates diagram," Lin Tong said in a low voice. "And senior brother Tang's Dao injuries need to be treated with a special ancient king divine artifact. The Six Heaven Gates diagram is the best choice. In order to treat his injuries, senior brother Tang will definitely search for the Six Heaven Gates diagram. Our Tianqi mansion has already worked hard for tens of millions of years before this. We're the most likely to find the Six Heaven Gates diagram." "Snatch the Six Dao Heaven Gates diagram?" Chen Tianxia asked curiously. With the foundation of the God Desolation Valley, why would they covet such a weak ancient king artifact? There's no need to scheme so hard to snatch it, right? "No." Lin Tong shook his head and stood up. He looked up at the sky and sighed softly. "Mansion Lord, some time ago, I met a strange person. That person's cultivation realm is unfathomable. I can't see through him at all. He said to me, when the stars fall like rain and the Six Heaven Gates open, the kings will return." "What?" Chen Tianxia also stood up and said in disbelief, "The return of the kings? The ancient kings who have disappeared for thousands of years are actually returning? Stars falling like rain, and the Six Heaven Gates open. Was it referring to the Six Heaven Gates diagram?" That person said it vaguely. He might not be talking about the Six Heaven Gates diagram. Lin Tong seemed to be comforting himself. Then, he opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but his gaze on the sky suddenly froze. He said in shock, This is. From Lin Tong's perspective, he could clearly see four lights descending from an endless height. They tore through the sky like stars and flew straight towards Tianqi Mansion. Especially the purple-gold starlight at the front. The aura contained in it was incomparably powerful and terrifying, causing him to lose all thoughts of resisting the moment he sensed this aura. What level of power was this? Ancient kings? When the stars fell like rain and the 6 heaven gates opened, the ancient kings would return. The strange person's words appeared in his mind again. However, this made him very puzzled. Didn't he say that the stars would fall like rain and the 6 heaven gates would be open? Why were there only 4 streaks of starlight? And the 6 heaven gates were not opened. What was going on? However, Chen Tianxia, who was standing beside Lin Tong, who had a higher cultivation realm than him, did not see the 4 streaks of starlight in the sky at all. He was still wondering why Lin Tong's expression suddenly changed drastically. Senior brother Lin, what's wrong? Chen Tianxia could not help but ask. Lin Tong did not say anything. He only looked at the sky in a daze, his eyes filled with shock. Buzz. At this moment, there was a trembling sound in the void, and layers of ripples appeared in the space. For lights suddenly appeared in the main hall. However, all the abnormal fluctuations were controlled within the mansion Lord Hall. The outside world was not affected at all. Even the flowers and plants at the entrance of the mansion Lord Hall did not shake. Who is it? Chen Tianxia immediately stepped forward. At the same time, he circulated the power of the Xian Si in his entire body and looked at the 4 figures enveloped in light with extreme vigilance. He planned to immediately activate the protective array and attack with all his might as long as these figures moved. Mansion Lord, don't be rash. Lin Tong immediately rushed in front of Chen Tianxia to stop him. Then, he bowed extremely respectfully to the figure in the lead and said, "Greetings, Senior. I wonder if Senior. I don't have any ill intentions, there's no need to worry." Kui Heng's voice came from the light. Then, he dissipated the light of himself and the 3 people beside him and revealed himself. Tang Yuanshan, Yang Qinghe, and Qiu Haitang also appeared. Senior brother Tang? Chen Tianxia and Lin Tong could not help but exclaim. They looked at Tang Yuanshan in shock, and countless doubts surged in their hearts. They wanted to ask, but when they recalled the powerful aura emitted by Kui Heng just now, they did not dare to speak. I came from the Silver Disk Star Sea. Kui Heng sized up the 2 of them and smiled. I need a place to cultivate now. I wonder if you can help me. He had long learned the organization structure and names of the people in Tianqi Mansion from Tang Yuanshan. This, Chen Tianxia was still filled with doubts. He looked at Tang Yuanshan in surprise, as if he wanted him to explain what was going on. Mansion Lord, exalted immortal Kui has come from afar. Let's arrange a place for him to stay first, Tang Yuanshan reminded Chen Tianxia. Exalted immortal? This form of address shocked Chen Tianxia. He hurriedly nodded and said to Kui Heng very respectfully, Exalted immortal Kui, please follow me. After Kui Heng and Chen Tianxia left, Tang Yuanshan let Yang Qinghe and Qiu Haitang leave. At this moment, only Tang Yuanshan and Lin Tong were left in the main hall. Senior brother Tang, what's going on? Who is that immortal Kui? Lin Tong hurriedly asked Tang Yuanshan. I don't know who immortal Kui is either. I only know that his strength is definitely not inferior to the ancient kings, Tang Yuanshan said in a low voice. I can't say anything more. Ancient king, Lin Tong's expression changed as she thought to herself, could it be that what that strange person said is true? The ancient kings are about to return. This will be a huge change. Chen Tianxia arranged a guest room for Kui Heng. Just as he was about to bow and leave, Kui Heng stopped him. Kui Heng asked with a smile, Mansion Lord Chen, let me ask you. Did your senior brother Lin say who he had seen recently? Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. At the same time that he arrived on Grand Yang planet, Kui Heng realized that Lin Tong's body contained a strange power. At the same time that he arrived on Grand Yang planet, Kui Heng realized that Lin Tong's body contained a strange power. This power was not offensive, but it could help Lin Tong sense power or living beings of a higher realm. It was precisely because of this strange power that he could see Kui Heng's figure when he descended with Tang Yuanshan and the others. When Kui Heng arrived on Grand Yang planet, he also had the intention to test the waters. He simulated strength slightly higher than the peak of the Xian Si realm and set up concealment spells for himself, Tang Yuanshan, and the other two to test how many people on this huge Grand Yang planet could discover his whereabouts. In the end, not many people sensed his arrival. There were only 8 people who discovered him. But there were many scouting divine weapons and Dharma artifacts that had reacted. A total of 26 treasures had reacted. These divine weapons and Dharma artifacts were naturally treasures left behind by the ancient kings. As for the 7 people other than Zhong Xianyuan, they were all a little strange. 5 of them were at the peak of the Shen Si realm. They should have grasped some kind of secret technique and sensed his arrival. The other 2 were at the first Shen Si realm and the second Shen Si realm. With their realm and cultivation, it was impossible for them to sense Kui Heng's arrival under normal circumstances. But now, there was a very strange power attached to their bodies. It could increase the host's perception, allowing them to sense power or living beings that they should not have sensed. This was a power that had surpassed the peak of the Shen Si realm, but it was different from the power of the ancient kings. It was more like the effect of some Dharma treasure or divine weapon. Moreover, from the activity of this strange power, it should not have left the main body for too long. Therefore, Lin Tong had most likely only received this strange power recently. Chen Tianxia was stunned by Kui Heng's question and immediately thought of the strange person Lin Tong had mentioned. Hence, he hesitated for a moment before answering Kui Heng. He did say that he once met a strange person who told him, "When the stars fall like rain and the 6 heaven gates open, the kings will return." Facing an expert like Kui Heng, any deliberate concealment might bring disaster to himself and even the entire Tianqi mansion. It was the right choice to explain things clearly. "Stars fall like rain and the 6 heaven gates open," Kui Heng muttered. As he chewed on these words, he frowned slightly and thought to himself, "Looks like there's a deeper secret in the 6 heaven gates diagram." When he was in the Silver Disk Star Sea, he'd already guessed that the 6 heaven gates diagram should not be an ordinary ancient king artifact. Otherwise, the experts of the God Desolation Valley would not have crossed the starry sky to snatch it. Moreover, Tang Yuanshan had also said that when his Dao injuries were healed by the power of the 6 heaven gates diagram, he had seen many strange and unfathomable lights and shadows. In the next period of time, while communicating with the great Dao laws here, I'll also study the 6 heaven gates diagram in depth. If this treasure is really related to the return of the ancient kings, it's most likely also extremely related to the great Dao laws of the Great Yang Holy Land. Perhaps it can be used as a medium to communicate with the great Dao laws here. If it's feasible, I only need to communicate with this treasure in depth to increase the speed of my cultivation and step into the late-stage soul formation realm faster. Many thoughts flashed through Kui Heng's mind, and he made a preliminary plan for what he was going to do next. When Chen Tianxia, who was standing at the side, saw that Kui Heng did not speak for a long time, he could not help but worry in his heart. He was afraid that his answer just now would make Kui Heng unhappy and implicate the entire Tianqi mansion. This was a place where the power of an individual could surpass everything. To make an existence that was clearly stronger than him or even his faction feel dissatisfied was definitely a huge disaster. Exalted immortal, I wonder. Is there a problem? Chen Tianxia mustered his courage and asked carefully. It's nothing. You can leave. Kui Heng waved his hand gently. Yes, yes. Chen Tianxia nodded and left, relieved. After Chen Tianxia left, Kui Heng closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. He began to think about what he should do next, how to promote his cultivation and breakthrough. My current cultivation path is to deepen my communication with this world as much as possible. Other than communicating with the great Dao laws and exploring the possibility of deepening my communication through the 6 heaven gates diagram, it's best if I try to communicate with others. After stepping into the so-called 3 realms of the true world, their connection with the great Dao laws has become closer. Establishing a relationship with them is actually equivalent to establishing a connection with the great Dao laws. Perhaps I can find an opportunity to get the people of Tianqi Mansion to invite the experts of the True World realm on Great Yang Planet. Then, I can communicate with them and see if I can increase the speed of my cultivation. Now, the realms of the experts I've come into contact with are getting higher, and the gap between their realms and mine is getting smaller. I have to break through to the late-stage soul formation realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, sooner or later, I'll encounter a situation where I'm outmatched. However, after stepping into the late-stage soul formation realm, I'll most likely begin to explore the path to the void return realm. My cultivation method should have changed quite a bit. At that time, I'll still have to make adjustments to how I do things. Right now, I should first establish a communication connection with the great Tao laws here to prepare for the next in-depth communication. After I have a certain level of communication foundation, I'll get Tianqi Mansion to invite the experts of the various true world realms over. As for the reason for the invitation, it should be a good topic to discuss the return of the ancient kings. Chonghe Mountain was the headquarters of the Taiji sect. It was the most tightly guarded place on the entire Grand Yang planet. The Taiji sect was one of the 4 sects of the 10 sects, 4 faiths, and 12 kingdoms of the Great Yang Holy Land. They respected the Taiji ancient immortal and were said to have the power to return the universe to the Taiji primordial chaos. Its believers and disciples were spread throughout the 12 kingdoms, and its branches were even spread throughout the various starseas of the Great Yang Holy Land. It was an incomparably huge superforce. And this Chonghe Mountain was the core of this top sect. Zhong Fengchan was the holy son of this generation of the Taiji sect. He had already stepped into the second Xianxi realm at the age of 30,000. Although such talent was far inferior to Zhong Xianyuan of the God Desolation Valley, it could be said to be rare. Especially since he had a special ability to sense many things or living beings that exceeded his realm. Just now, he discovered that an existence that was clearly stronger than the peak of the Xianxi realm had descended on Great Yang planet. This made Zhong Fengchan feel an unprecedented shock. He had never heard of an existence above the Xianxi realm in the Great Yang Holy Land. It was unheard of. Hence, he stood up and shouted, "Someone, bring me to see the sect master immediately. I have something extremely important to report. Thank you for reading on my box novel. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,